Ahem. Ahem. Here we go.
People ask me why I never find a place to stop and settle down, down, down. But I never wanted all those things people need to justify the life. Yes, we were born to be alive. Yes, we were born It's good to be alive, to be alive, to be alive. It's good to be alive, to be alive, to be alive. It's good to be alive.
You know what? It is good to be alive. Hadn't thought of it that way. Good, bad, I'm just glad to be here.
Time was on my side when I was running down the street. It was no fine, fine, fine. A suitcase and an old guitar and something new to occupy my mind, my mind. Yes, we were born to be alive. Yes, we were born Yes, you were born, born, born. Born to be alive. Yes, you were born, born.
Alrighty. It's October. You know what that means. What does that mean? I thought you would know. That's why. And soup season is right around the corner. So it's almost time to bust out the hoodies. My camera's turned. That's why. My camera was twisted. There we go. Like, why is it? Okay. Hello. Welcome back. How are you doing? Hello? Wake up. Wake up, it's time. It's time to get started. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Hello? Should I come back later? Are we busy? Are we preoccupied? That's fine. I'll come back later. It's fine. I'll come back later. Beaver? Beaver? Beaver. Beaver. Can you hear him meowing? Beaver. Into the microphone. Why, hello. Welcome back. How are we feeling today? Heterophone, thank you for the 12 months. 12 months? Has it been a year already? Thought you were running late for class. You texted your professor and you got to campus as fast as you could. When you got there, you realized your class didn't start for another hour. Well, happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. I've got Beaver in here, and I opened the window for him, and he's just meowing. This orange cat, he's a talker. He's a talker, let me tell you. You think your professor thought you were crazy? Well, your professor is like, am I late? You probably had your professor checking their time. They're like, wait a second. Am I late? How are we feeling today? How are we feeling today? Meow? Beaver, tell them what you told me. Beaver. I just want to get one good meow into the microphone. I just want one good meow. Alright, I'm switching away from the lo-fi music. I find the lo-fi music, it's a little too distracting for me. I feel peaceful, but there's this dread that I'm not doing enough that disturbs the peace. Sorry, I've got this cat chirping at me. Beaver? He's just down there meowing at me. Beaver? Or your motorboat. Thank you for the 40 months. And thank you for the Dutch oven. Bro, your motorboat Dutch ovened me. He Dutch ovened me this morning. No, Bro, your motorboat just sent me a beautiful new Dutch oven. Can't wait to cook with it. I'll cook with it. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you a picture. Look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, we're gonna make a roast later this week, so I know what I'll be cooking in there. Beaver. You know what? I just noticed something. This is beaver colored. Beaver. Beaver, come here. Here he is. Beaver, what do you think of that Dutch oven? Do you like the color? I think he does. Oh, you want to sit on my desk? I'll make some room for you. No? Okay, never mind. It's beaver colored. How am I feeling today? I would say lately I've been feeling kind of disconnected. I don't, it's not really on the wheel. Case is back. All right, let's get it going. All right, everybody, welcome in, welcome back to the Brain Domain. I'm your host, Papa B. The #1 spot for your mental health and psychology fix on twitch.television. I'm your boy. And we're getting ready to get down to business. We're getting ready to get to work. You got questions? I got answers. But first, how are you doing? How you doing? You hanging in there? Are we done with the wheel? Are we done with the wheel? Do we know how we feel? Or do we not know how we feel? Alright. Bye, wheel. Goodbye, wheel. Okie dokie. It's gonna be a Q&A kind of day. I know I've been wanting to put some presentations together, but I've been waiting for ideas to come to me. I've had some ideas that I've been batting around, but just trying to put my thoughts in order. So if we have some time today, we might take a look at our presentation library. And I feel comfortable calling it a library now because, I mean, just look at all these. Look at all these presentations. Got so many to choose from. I want to do more. I want to make some more, but I feel like I just need a little bit longer to think about it. You know what I mean? Anyway. Q&A kind of day. Q&A kind of day. Hope you're all having a good day. Beaver, can you hear him meowing? Is it just me? Can you? I keep hearing going meow, meow. He's just meowing out the window. Who are you talking to? He's a talker. You need to see him? I'll grab him here in a minute. He's in the room with me, so. Anybody else sick and tired of people blowing each other up? This is just me. This is just me. Am I the only one? Anybody else just sick and tired of people blowing each other up? Is that a bold take? Is that a bold? Is that too much? Is that have I taken things too far? Beaver, did you fart? Did you farted? Beaver? So you're telling me that some people wrote some books hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, and now we're blowing each other up because of it? It sounds kind of fucking stupid, if I'm being honest. It sounds kind of fucking dumb. What do I know? I'm just some guy. Beaver? Them. Come on, Beaver, give me a meow right on the mic. Of course, as soon as I put the microphone towards you, you stop meowing. Of course. Of course now he's quiet. Whenever I put the microphone over him to try to capture his meow, that's when he's like, that wasn't me. I wasn't saying anything. I just want to capture his meow on the microphone. Is that so much to ask? I don't think so. I need a brushing, dude. You left some hair on me. Why I'm trying to phrase this without sounding like an asshole. Why are people so stupid? Like, to me, it just seems like common sense that, like, if you want to live in peace and you don't want people to try to blow you up, then you should stop blowing other people up. Just seems like common sense to me. Also, killing people over dirt, you know, like a plot of land, it's like there's more than enough dirt to be had. There's more than enough land for everybody. So I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe I don't know, maybe somebody could explain it to me. Maybe somebody could clear things up, because I don't get it. Nothing is real. You are in a simulation. Like just me? Just me specifically? Or all of us? Like, am I in here by myself? How very solipsistic of me. Alright, I've got some questions. Let's get to them. Something to distract us from the news of today. I kind of feel like I need a distraction from the news today. I need a distraction from the news today so that I don't just go full doomer. Like, well, one day closer to World War III. Here we go. And, you know, sometimes people will be like, World War III isn't going to happen. Don't be a doomer. World War III is not going to happen. Don't be stupid. I'm just like, now, you have to remember that I'm from America, and so I approach things with a sort of American philosophy because it's just the culture I was raised in. But when people buy fireworks for a holiday, they don't buy them just so that they can have them. They don't buy them so that they can just sit on them. They don't buy them just so that they can collect dust on the shelf. No, they buy them so that they can blow them up. They buy them so that they can use them. And I feel like with, you know, all of these big fancy explosives that people have, it's like they want to see them go boom. It's some monkey brain type stuff. Just like, I mean, we got all these missiles, might as well blow them up. It's like, ugh, I'm over it. I'm sick of it. Anyway, the vice presidential debate is tonight. I can't wait. Can't wait for that. Does anybody like JD Vance? I don't even think JD Vance likes JD Vance. Does anybody like? I don't think anybody likes that guy. Like, did they pick him by mistake? Was that an accident? My aunt has a crush on JD. Ew. JD Vance has the aura of like, I should probably keep my drink covered when I'm near you. JD Vance has the aura of like, I'm not going to take a drink from you because I don't know what you put in it. He has that kind of energy. But what can I say? Some ladies, they just like a dangerous man. I put more effort into my garden when I get doomer. See, and I feel like that's a good thing to do. It's like whenever you feel like you want to go into doomer mode, channel it into something productive in your life. You know, like looking out onto the world, it's like just being completely honest and completely realistic. Most of us are pretty powerless to do anything about the state of the world. It's like, okay, you can write a letter to your representative. You can go protest. And then see how long you can protest before they hit you with tear gas or pepper spray or rubber bullets or something. But it's... So what can you do with that energy? Rather than, you know, ruminate and dwell and stew on things. It's like, well, what can I do to make my life just a little bit better? And it's okay to do that. It's okay to do that. You don't have to wait until every single person in the world is happy and healthy. before you seek out your own happiness and healthiness? We go on the treadmill and the rowing machine. Nice. I love the rowing machine. I go on the treadmill, but honestly, I just walk on it. Like, I'm a tall guy. I don't really care to run, if I'm being honest. Like, I keep myself in good enough physical shape where if I had to run for my life, I could do that. I could run for my life if I had to, but I don't feel like I ever want to run for fun. I'd rather do other workouts. How to get rid of depression and anxiety when you live alone and don't have your family? Alright. Alright. First off, what I really want you to appreciate and what I really want you to just hold on to is you can change. You can get better. I need you to believe that. Because part of what holds people back, part of what keeps people stuck is this belief that they can't change, that they can't get better, but both depression and anxiety are very fixable, alright? So, which one do you want to work on first? Which one do you want to work on first? Because when it comes to depression and anxiety, working on one helps to work on both because they feed into each other. Being depressed can make you anxious because, if I'm depressed, it's like I need to get out of bed, I need to go do stuff, but I feel like I can't, and that's going to make you feel anxious. And then feeling anxious, feeling like, oh, well, I feel like I need to do stuff, but I overthink things, I worry too much, that can feed into your depression. And so I try to view them as two sides of the same coin. So pick whichever one you feel like I have a better chance of doing something about, and then start taking a crack at it. How to get rid of anxiety? It really disturbs me. Alright. Good choice. Good choice. When it comes to picking between working on depression or anxiety, I would often recommend to work on the anxiety first, because that's the one that we can actually create more of a good effect immediately. So, do you want to talk about how can I reduce my anxiety right here, right now, in this moment, and feel better? Or do you want to talk about it in the long run? Well, when it comes to the long run, it's just about doing those things that help to reduce your anxiety in the moment and then continuously practicing them. So, the thing about anxiety is that it's not just a problem of our mind. Anxiety is also carried in our bodies. And so, whenever you find yourself feeling anxious or overwhelmed, try to take yourself out of your mind and try to put yourself into your body. Focus on your senses. Focus on your breathing. What can you see? What can you smell? What do you feel? And what you'll notice is that anxiety will manifest in our bodies in the form of our heart beating faster, our breathing rapid and shallow, and so a good place to start is with your breathing. If you breathe like a relaxed person, it will send signals to the rest of your body that you're relaxed, and it'll actually start to reduce your anxiety just by breathing. And so, how would you breathe if you were very relaxed? What would your breathing be like if you were very relaxed, very peaceful. Maybe you're laying on one of those chairs out on the beach. You know, maybe you're in the pool or the hot tub. You know, wherever you feel most relaxed. Oh. Because here's the thing about anxiety. Here's the thing about anxiety. You can't make it go away. You can't demand that it leave. Because having anxiety is a part of having a human brain. Anxiety is supposed to be a tool. It's a tool that's supposed to look out into the future and say, what could happen? What could be waiting for me around the next corner? So that I can prepare for it. And when it becomes a problem for us is when there are monsters waiting for me around every corner. Anxiety very often likes to ask us the question, what could go wrong? And what you've probably noticed is that if you start to go down that path of asking yourself what could go wrong, there's really no end to it. Things could always get worse. And so when it comes to changing our relationship with our anxiety, and that's the way that I like to look at it. I don't like to look at it as I'm trying to get rid of anxiety, because that's like trying to get rid of a part of your brain. It's like trying to get rid of a tool. When you don't need to get rid of it, you just need to take a look at how it's operating and then try to redirect it into a more helpful way. So if I'm going to think about what could go wrong, I should also take time to think about what could go right. Anxiety and excitement are both produced in the same area of your brain. And so it's about changing that relationship with your anxiety. Instead of feeling like I have to keep it at bay, or I have to keep it locked out, or I have to push it, or I have to not think about it, try to allow it in and say, what can I do for you? How can I help you? What are you here for? What are we trying to do? What are we working on? It's hard to explain. It's like a weird loop. So what we need to do is take a break from that loop. You're a meditator, and that's good. Meditating is a really helpful skill, and I would say that meditation is one of those things that can really help you get a handle on things like anxiety, depression, ADHD. You know, a lot of things that people commonly struggle with are things that they could fix within themselves. Just by taking the time that they need to just sit down and think about it and allow our brain to rewire itself. And so when it comes to breaking out of these types of thought loops, what I like to do is I like to just imagine the loop within my mind. Just try to envision it as if it is a tangible thing. It's like a track. What do I need to do to break away from that track? What should I do differently? Because what I've been doing, what these patterns that I've been forming aren't working for me, so I need to pivot. Does alcohol make anxiety worse? One of the things that alcohol does is it constricts your blood vessels. And it also constricts the blood vessels in your brain, and this is why when people drink a lot, they slur their words, they stumble around, they feel less inhibited, and so they might do things that they might not normally do because of the alcohol. And so I would say that alcohol can actually, and this is something that a lot of people will do to self-medicate from their anxieties, they will turn to drinking. And the reason why it works for them is because it's literally reducing the amount of blood flow that's getting to the areas of their brain that would otherwise produce those types of feelings. But I can't recommend it because it does create a lot of negative health effects, especially in the long term. It's really bad for your body. How do you work on depression? All right. All right, I got you. I got you. Hear me out. When it comes to depression, depression will make you feel like it needs to be there or that it's supposed to be there. Depression will come in like it's your friend. Depression will lie to you. Depression will deceive you. It'll tell you, you're worthless. Nobody wants to talk to you. Why would anybody want to hear from you? Don't tell them about how you've been feeling. You're just a burden to them. That's what depression sounds like. One easy bit of advice that I like to try to follow is whenever depression tells you to do something, do the opposite thing. If depression tells you, don't go outside, don't go for a walk, don't call a friend, don't call your family, don't do any of those things, do the opposite of that thing. That's normally a pretty easy bit of advice, is when you can recognize that this is depression talking, do the opposite of that thing. Another thing that I've found really helpful in combating depression in the long run, and I use that word specifically because it's kind of like you have to go to war with your depression. It's like, it's not going to be a one-time fight. It's like, it's going to be an ongoing thing as you take back your mind. And so visualization is going to be your biggest friend. It's going to be one of the most useful tools that you can use in climbing out of that pit of depression. What would I be like? And this is how visualization works. What would I be like? What would it feel like? What would my thoughts be like if I was just a little bit happier? Just a little bit. I'm not trying to skip ahead. I'm not trying to say, what would I be like if I was my happiest? Because when you're depressed, you can't really think that way. It's nearly impossible to be like, what would things be like if life was great? It just doesn't really compute to a depressed mind. But what you can do is you can figure out, what would I look like if I was just a little bit further along? If I made a little bit of progress? What is that version of me doing that I'm not doing? It helps you to figure out what that next step is. It helps you to figure out, what do I need to let go of so that I can proceed? What new things do I need to incorporate into my life? Hey, Junkie, you got your mom to submit a question? Okay. I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna start getting to these questions here in just a sec. One last thing about depression that I want to add is you're gonna have to be mindful and aware of the ways that you are feeding into it. we normally like to look at depression as like this thing that happens to us, but in some ways we contribute to it. And we have to own that, and we have to be like, in what ways am I contributing to my own misery? Like, am I not taking good care of myself? Am I not, cleaning up after myself? Am I not grooming myself properly? Am I shutting out my friends? Am I distancing myself? Am I isolating? And we like to blame the depression for that. Well, it's like I'm doing all that because I'm depressed. It's like, well, you want to not be depressed, right? Then you gotta do what not depressed you would do. And break away from those habits. And not get stuck in that self-destructive spiral. And just keep at it. Just keep at it. Take it one step at a time. Take it one day at a time. Take it one thought at a time. And just keep heading in the right direction. And you'll get to where you're trying to go. I had some questions that popped up late on my last stream, so I'm gonna catch up with those real quick, and then I'm gonna get into today's questions. What is your opinion on this quote? Asking what the meaning of life is a category error. It's like asking what a stone's favorite color is. Life is not something that can have meaning. Life is just a natural phenomenon like everything else. My opinion on this quote is I see where they're coming from, but I disagree. I feel like when it comes down to what is the meaning of life, we like to have an answer for that. And so a lot of us are like, please, someone tell me what the meaning of all of this is. What I believe to be true is that the meaning of your life is up to you. And that scares a lot of people because they don't want to have to be responsible for that. They don't want to be the one who's like, oh, it's up to me. I'd rather someone else decide. And so I believe that the meaning of life is whatever you make it to be. What is the meaning of life to you? Is it to be a good person? Is it to put more love into the world? Is it to be kind and generous and patient and to learn more about the nature of the universe? Is it to, explore and to see things and experience things and just see what it all has to offer? Yes, it can be all of those things. Or it could be none of those things. It just depending on what it means to you. And so when it comes to the meaning of life, it's like whatever the meaning of life is to you has relevance. And that's all that matters. There is no one meaning to life. There's 8 billion meanings to life. I don't really get Discord, and I've never met anyone who does. This came in yesterday. I was plugging the Discord, which, by the way, plugging the Discord again, exclamation Discord if you want to check it out, or there's a link beneath the stream there. It'll take you to the Discord. If you've never used Discord before, I get it. It is kind of confusing. But once you get the hang of it, it's actually pretty cool. So like all of the servers that you are a member of pop up over here, and then within those servers you've got all these different chat rooms. You got voice chats, you got text chats, and they all kind of have their own theme. And for me, Discord is like my preferred method of social media. That's the way that I like to look at it. Like, I don't really care for, like, Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and all those other platforms. I just don't really care. It feels more like a, like a friends club than, like, other types of social media, if that makes sense. I'm suffering from a mild amount of anxiety right now. All right. First off, let's reframe that a little bit. Right now, you have a great opportunity at your hands because working on your anxiety is a goal for you. And how else could you practice it unless you were feeling it? So first off, let's try to view this as an opportunity. Like, oh good, I'm feeling a little bit of anxiety. Perfect. Anxiety practice. So, if you want to feel better right here, right now, on a physiological level, you want to feel better in your body, you take a big deep breath in through your nose, and what this does is this actually will reduce the amount of stress hormones in your body. So it will actually create a feeling of relief within you. Breathe in deep through your nose. Fill your lungs up. Wait a moment. And then take a second inhale through your nose. And top it off. And then what I want you to do is slowly let it go from your mouth. If you're like me and you practice your breath work, the effects will probably be pretty quick and pretty immediate. Go ahead and do it again. Big, deep inhale in your nose. And then a second inhale. That's part of the technique. You top it off. Why does it have to be through the nose if you don't mind me asking? I love that you asked. Thank you for asking. It has to do with your sinus cavities. One of the things that happens when you breathe in through your nose is your sinus cavities kind of mix and whip the air that you breathe in. And so it actually helps to create small amounts of nitrous oxide, which can help to contribute to your relaxation. At least that's what I was told. Breathwork is OP. It literally is. It literally is. Like, once you start practicing a bit, you're like, oh yeah, this actually does work. Whenever people tell me to just breathe, they weren't full of shit. Like, experienced, like, Olympic level meditators, if they will just sit there and they will just focus on their breathing, right? But if you were to put them into a device that could read their brain activity, like a QEEG, and you could see what parts of their brain are active, the part of their brain that produces feelings of like bliss, joy, those positive emotions, those parts of their brain are lit up like Times Square. And they're just sitting there breathing, because breathing is something that is inherently rewarding to you. Your body and your mind reward you for breathing because you need to breathe to live. And so if you just sit there and just focus on your breathing, the part of your brain that creates that sensation of feeling good, feeling happy, feeling joy, it starts to become more active. And so the longer you just sit there and just focus on your breathing and you free yourself from those other distractions, it can put you into a place that you can't really get to otherwise. It just puts you into this place of like pure joy. My country just missile bombed Israel, and I don't know if they'll retaliate. LMFAO. Well, I mean, it's Israel, so they'll probably blow up some innocent civilians that had nothing to do with it. If I know, if just based on what I know, they'll probably find some apartment buildings to blow up or something. That seems to be what they do. As Taylor Swift would say, as Lady Gaga would say, my biggest enemy is me. Alright, somebody posted a TikTok. Let's go ahead and check this out real quick.
Oh.
I was not expecting that. I was not expecting the turnaround. No. Huh?
Oh.
Huh? That monkey reminds me of something.
Oh.
You know what? Can I just say? How did it end up evolving to have a nose like that? There is a creator, and they are a bit of a jokester. Like, people will talk about like whether there is or is not a creator because they're like, well, they must be omnipotent, and I'm like, I don't know. For all we know, they could be like an overpowered toddler. You know what I mean? They could just be so powerful that they're just like ambivalent to like, I don't know. That's what I think of when I see a monkey with a big nose. Hey, Papa, it's your sober AA here again. Hey, welcome back, bud. And shrink me down a little bit. I've been feeling okay, but something weird came up and I feel weird even writing this in. I tend to overthink social situations, like many. Basically, a fellow had come up to me after a meeting once, and knowing I was early in, was friendly and offered to go to meetings with me. We would text here and there. We ran into each other and made plans to go to a weekend night meeting together after I expressed my issues with the weekends. Long story short, she was in a weird mood, kinda coming at her friends aggressively at a diner after. She then found out I am married and asked how old I was. I said 35, and she was shocked and said I looked good and thought I was her age, 28. We then went for ice cream, and her friend was nice and talked to me, but I felt so weird after, and she barely spoke to me, and then she ditched the group. Honestly, I felt like a lot was her shit and mood, but as a newcomer and being invited out by her, I felt like a weird old lady after. I would try not to feel weird about it because you haven't done anything weird. The only weird behaviors were expressed by this person that you went out with. And so the weird one here wasn't you, if just to be honest. What I would say is some people who are in recovery groups will form social structures and social groups within those support networks. And this is to be expected because a lot of people who go into recovery have to leave a lot of their old social connections behind as a part of their sobriety. If a lot of their old friends were like drinking buddies or they were friends that they would use with, it's like they have to form new friend groups. And, you know, to form a friend group of people who also have a similar set of goals and a similar mindset about sobriety, it's a good place to make new connections. This kind of reminds me of stuff that I would see, you know, whenever I worked at, you know, like a treatment center, and people from the community would come in and like they would make friends because they were going to the same groups and they were, you know, they would see each other multiple times a week. And it just kind of reminds me of, you know, high school in a way. It's like the socialization. But I would just say, you know, you're an adult. Just be friendly, be polite, and be kind, and that will get you places. You know, you don't have to buy into the clickiness. You don't have to buy into the, you know, drama and the shade. You don't have to play that game. But some people do. Some people will take the social aspect of it very seriously for their own reasons. You know, they might not have very many other connections and friendships outside of the recovery group, and so that might be why they approach it differently. But I would just say, just be kind, you know, and just understand that people are all there for their own reasons, but you're all there for the same goal. You know what I mean? And for all we know, it could have been something completely unrelated to you. You know, just because I don't think that your age had anything to do with it, really. It sounds like there was probably some other stuff going on that just kind of was, you know, coming to the surface, so I wouldn't worry about it. What kind of mental issues does the Joker have? This is a fun question. If I had to categorize what kind of mental issues the Joker has, I would say that the Joker kind of falls into that, like, black pill ideology. Nothing matters, it's all a joke, you know. Depends which Joker. That's true. Different depictions of the Joker have their own, like are we talking about, you know, like the animated series Joker? Are we talking about the Heath Ledger Joker? Are we talking about the Jared Leto Joker? But, you know, when you look at the Joker, it's like, is a character that really encapsulates a lot of personality faults. You know, just this sense of like superiority, this sense of like entitlement, this sense of disconnect and disregard for social norms and social structure. And so I would say there's probably going to be a lot of personality issues at play, and there's probably also, you know, things like antisocial, narcissism, schizotypal, just like bizarre and unusual types of behaviors. And you see a lot of overlap between like this, like whenever we talk about like people who take the black pill, you know, these like doomer types, these like lonely 4chan type people, they are very Joker coded, and it's this sort of conjunction between they have a certain degree of intelligence, like they're not dumb, but they also think that, you know, I have all the answers, I have it all figured out, but then it's that in combination with like a lot of trauma and also a lot of like not feeling like they have a place or that they fit in with the rest of society. And so it's this combination of like ego. This is an interesting question. I'm really trying to. But to answer your question, what kind of mental issues? A lot, and it's a complicated set. It's like they're smart enough to like understand things about the world, but they're not smart enough to realize that they could be part of the solution rather than part of the problem. Smart enough to be dangerous is the way that I would look at it. Beaver? Give him a kiss, Beaver. Give him a kiss. There you go. Aw, he gave you a kiss. Do you want to sit on my desk? If you want to sit on my desk, I'll make room for you. Just let me move my keyboard. He's a big boy. Wanted some kisses. I had to give him some kisses. Yep, that was our little mascot. That's Baby B. I'm curious, what are the benefits of having a cold shower every day? Cold showers release more dopamine, and they also, I think they also contribute to the production of serotonin, but I might be wrong on that. In general, having a cold shower produces more chemicals within your brain that make you feel good. TLDR. Now, that being said, do you have to take a whole ass cold shower to get the effect? I don't know. I think you really only need like a few seconds of cold water exposure for your brain to start producing those chemicals. So, I mean, what I like to do is like I'll take a hot shower and then I will turn the water cold afterwards just to kind of like, you know what I mean? But some people take it really seriously. Some people like to take a ice bath and like do that kind of stuff, and I'm just like, I don't know. I'm a bit of a weenie when it comes to like, I don't really want to get in the tub of ice water, but why do we dream? Why do we dream? We dream because during parts of our sleep, our brain is right on the edge of wakefulness and sleep. It's in those periods of sleep, we call that REM sleep, rapid eye movement sleep. That is when dreams happen. And so the reason why it happens is because during sleep, our brain goes through this process of like, there are different ways to describe the effect of sleep on our brain. The way that I like to look at it is try to imagine your mind, but like as a landscape, you know, and when you go to sleep, these very slow moving, undulating delta waves, they're the slowest and like most low frequency type of brainwave we create. They kind of bounce back and forth over our brain, and they have a similar effect of like wind and water on a landscape. It kind of washes away stuff that's extraneous, you know, irrelevant stuff. Like, what did I, you know, have for breakfast last week? Or, you know, what was my coworker wearing that day? Or, you know, just details that aren't worth keeping. That's what sleep does, is it kind of washes those away. And it leaves behind things that are, you know, more relevant and more important to us. Beaver, can you not rest your head on the escape key on my keyboard? Do I need to get you a new pillow? He just loves to lay on my keyboard. Oh my god, he's grabbing me. Oh my god, he's... Beaver... Beaver, please. He's taking over my desk. Here, I'll give you a little pillow. There you go. Take a pillow. Just don't rest on my keyboard. I can't have you messing up the F keys. He said, I'm not done. He said, I'm not done. Get back in there. Oh. Okay, buddy. Sweetie. Ah! Can I have my hand back now? Look at the size of this cat. He's huge. He just gets all up over my keyboard. Come on, man. Come on, man. And I keep moving my keyboard to, like, make room for him, but then he'll just... No, no, no. Don't chew on the cord, you freak. No, no, no. No, no, no. Oh, no. Now he's getting feisty. Oh, no. Now he's getting feisty. Oh, come here. Ah! No! Beaver. There you go. We're gonna have to find another place to lay down, I fear. So anyway, why do we dream? We dream because there are parts of our sleep where our brain is more awake. Our sleep tends to go in a cycle of deep sleep, that deep regenerative sleep. And then we have moments where we're like right on the edge of being awake. And we dream in those periods of time when our brain is the most awake. And basically it's just our brain is awake enough to kind of become aware of this process that our brain is going through, where it's just like clearing stuff out. And so that's why dreams can have all sorts of stuff involved in them. It's like part of your dreams could be related to stuff that's been on your mind. It could be stuff that you've been mulling over, stuff that happened in the past few days. You know, it's... Oh, not the wheel. Sorry, wheel. I meant to click the window. Hello, Joshua. I've recently made the decision to go no contact with my daughter. She is abusive and narcissistic and refuses to get help for it. As most people in those situations tend to do. It really takes a lot of self-awareness and accountability to actually do something about these types of trends in our life. Overcoming narcissistic traits is very difficult, because why do people adopt narcissistic traits? Is because they have a very fragile sense of self and they avoid accountability because they would feel crushed by it. And so it's sad to see situations like this, but unfortunately this tends to be how things go, because people don't really... They have to want to change. If they don't want to change, or if they are comfortable with blaming other people for their issues, then it makes it really hard. I am 67 and she is 30 years old, and tried everything to give her the best life and do anything for her. And I finally reached my limit after my husband, her stepfather, her dad passed away. My therapist and her siblings encouraged me to do it. So hopefully you feel valid in this decision, because you've got people that you trust and people that you care about and people that care about you. They all said, hey, this is for the best. This is what you need to do. Even though it is really hard, you know, especially as a parent. It has been about 3 months, and this is the longest I've not spoken to her before, and I'm struggling with it. All I want is to have a happy family who can do holidays together and get along. How does a mom get through this? Having to deal with the sadness and grief of having her out of my life in hope of obtaining the greater good. What causes someone to be so cruel to people they love? Alright, there's a couple different questions here, so let's go ahead and work through them. Sometimes in life, you have to give people the space that they need to grow. And sometimes this means setting up boundaries or going no contact, or just because if you leave that door open and they have these boundaries that are being crossed, or, it doesn't really do anything to encourage the other person to be accountable. It doesn't really do anything to encourage them to grow. And so sometimes you have to give people space so that they can figure things out on their own, and so that hopefully they can do the growing that they need to do. Now, I'm not saying that door doesn't need to stay shut forever. but it should stay shut for as long as you need it to. You know, because the issues that they're facing aren't unfixable. These are things that can get better. These are things that can change. But in order to do that, they have to recognize that these things are a problem. And sometimes the only way that we can communicate to people that their behaviors are a problem for us is by not being in contact with them. Because for many people, so long as we stay in contact with them, they feel like, okay, well, I'm not that bad because they're still talking to me. If I was really that bad, then, you know. But sometimes that's how you have to reinforce those consequences of their actions and their behaviors, is by saying I don't wish ill upon you. I don't have room for you at my table. Sometimes us going no contact is making sure we aren't being enabling. Exactly, and that's what I was trying to say, is like continuing to maintain a relationship with somebody who is abusive is in some ways enabling their behaviors to continue, because we have to communicate to them that I'm not going to allow you to treat me this way. Alright. It makes sense that you would feel like you're struggling with this, because in some ways you might be feeling like, have I done something wrong? Have I failed as a parent? Is there something different that I could have done? And the answer is, nobody knows. Don't lose sight of the fact that you have a partner, you have a therapist, you have other children who are on your side in this, who can recognize that, you know, you are a good person and that you are deserving of having this happy family and having that love and support that a family should provide. But it sounds like your daughter has her own problems to face, and she's gotten to the point where she has to face them on her own. And so this is a position that she's put herself into. And there's really nothing different that you could have done, because she has growing to do on her own, and we can't make other people grow. So I would say, don't allow the sadness of this relationship overshadow all of the joy and the happiness and the love that you do have in your other relationships. Because it's those people, it's those supports that are going to help you get through these difficult feelings. I feel like part of what makes this type of situation even more complicated is, in some ways, we often feel guilty for cutting people off. We feel guilty for going no contact with people. And we do that, we feel guilty because there's a sense of relief that comes from it. And we feel like, I shouldn't feel a sense of relief. I'm getting out of contact with a member of my family. Why should this make me feel relief? Why should this make me feel good in some way? And I feel like that's part of the reason why we feel guilty sometimes, is because it does make us feel better to remove the toxic influence from our life. Even if we're related to them, even if we're their parent, even if we're their child. What causes someone to be so cruel to people that they love? People tend to take out their anger in a place that feels safe for them to do so. rather than, you know, walking down the street and finding some random person and taking my anger out on them, like, I don't know how they're gonna react. I don't know how they're gonna respond. I don't know if they're gonna beat me up. I don't know what's gonna happen. But I have these feelings, I have this anger, and it needs an outlet. And so I will take it out on people that I know will respond in a safe way. And more often than not, this tends to be our parents, our relatives, our siblings, our significant others, our friends. Those tend to be the people that we show the most of our cruelty and the most of our anger, is because it's safest to take it out on them, because we know who they are. And we know that they're likely to forgive us, and we know that they're likely to be patient with us and to understand the way that we're treating them. You see this a lot in people with attachment issues. And I'm not saying that that's I'm just saying that a lot of people who have, you know, volatile relationships or issues with attachment, they tend to take out their anger and their frustration on the people that they are connected to. And a lot of times they do that as a way of harming themselves. It's like they harm themselves by harming their relationships. Meow, meow. Meow for me. Yes. Did you hear that one? I've been trying to get a meow on the mic, and I think we got one. This is a really stressful and difficult situation to deal with. But sometimes in life, all that you can do is, you know, wish people the best and just say, I hope you find the help and the support that you need. No contact may not be forever. And that's what I'm saying. It's like a lot of times people will view relationships and they'll make bridge allegories. They'll be like, oh, well, I'm burning this bridge. And it's like, you don't need to burn the bridge. You can close the bridge. You can, you know, shut down traffic on that bridge, and you can reopen the bridge later. You can close a bridge for renovation. My mom said thank you, and she asked how long do I keep being no contact. She tries to reach out, but she hasn't apologized or changed yet. I don't think that there's a clear answer on how long. I think it's like a TBD. I feel like this could be something that might take some months. This might take a year. But the thing is it has to be long enough to where the person realizes, oh, they're serious about it. They need to get the message. Like, if you're going to bring this toxicity and this chaos into our relationship, I'm going to give you all of the time you need to get your stuff sorted out before you can come back to the table. because you do want a relationship for them. And so, yeah, I would just say it's fair to say that you have expectations and conditions for what that relationship should look like and for what changes need to be made. As messed up as it is, sometimes we need to distance ourselves from people so that we can continue to love them. Because sometimes when we spend too much time and we continue to, be mistreated and abused and to have our boundaries violated, it's like that love wanes. It's like, so sometimes the best thing to do with somebody is to love them from a distance. She asked, what do I tell her? She asked, do I tell her that? I would say, what is it that you want the relationship to look like? What sort of behaviors do you want her to work on? And then I would say, I love you and I care about you, but I feel like until you are able to work on these things, there's not room for you in my life, or however you want to phrase that. But I would just say it's okay to communicate that, and it's okay to let her know. But just keep consistent on that, because if we just go no contact with somebody and we just shut them off, but we don't really tell them what it is that we're hoping that they work on or hoping that they change, we're not really helping them. Like, you have to at least give them an idea of what it is to work towards, and then it's up to them whether or not they do it. But I feel like a lot of times what people do is they just shut people off, or they just disconnect from them, and then they're like, well, I'll let them figure it out. I'll tell my mom she can repeat her original points. It'll help to show she's serious. And I feel like that's going to be the biggest thing, is just remaining consistent. Your message and your tune hasn't changed. Another way to look at it is like, if you want to reconnect, if you want to start working on that relationship again, it's like, ask them, it's like, would you be willing to do a group counseling session with us? Would you be willing to, do these things, and just, give them an opportunity to like work on it, but it's like, hey, let's work on it together. Can you hear him meowing? He agrees. He said, you're not going to go no contact with me, are you? Never, Beaver. Never. My sister refuses, and she treats words and engagement from me, rewards her, and sees it as me slipping, my mom said. It's not necessarily, like, slipping would be like, okay, you can come over, but you can only come over for an hour. Slipping would be, okay, I'll take you to the store, or, that's what slipping looks like. Is it's like it's opening the door when the door isn't ready to be opened. You're like, they're getting a foot in, and they're working their way back in. What I would say is, have your mom put a sign up on the door, and it says no entry unless You know, no shirt, no shoes, no service. And it's okay to communicate that. That isn't slipping. You know, you're just communicating, hey, if you want to come back in to the party, you have to meet these conditions. And then just stay consistent on that. He is chatting today. Beaver's got a lot to say. He's got a lot on his mind. I feel like 30 is the point in a person's life where they're able to be like, okay, what do I need to work on? You know, like it's an age where it's like we might see a person start to develop more accountability. And so we really want to make sure that we're not enabling those behaviors and we're encouraging accountability. Joshua says it's so much kinder than I do. Yeah, that's why I get paid the big bucks. By the way, if you like this content, if you like free and accessible mental health support brought to you live in the convenience of your own home, consider supporting this stream. Thank you. Shill time, by the way. It's like, yeah, I don't like to shill. I don't like to ask for money. I like to see a need and fill a need. I'm like, people need help, people need support, and I'm here to offer it. If you want to give me money for it, that'd be great. But I feel weird asking for it. But, you know, it's the support of viewers like you that I'm able to do this. So thank you. This wouldn't be possible without you. Evie, please, with the 2 gifted sub. It worked! It worked! I quit the job that I talked about in Discord because of their mistreatment, and other nurses did the same after I quit. No job is worth being mistreated. There are jobs out there that will treat you with dignity and respect. It's just a matter of finding them. It's like, if we continue to work jobs that just mistreat and infringe on our rights, it's like we're doing nothing to... We're doing nothing to motivate change. And that kind of ties into the question we were talking about. It's like, sometimes we have to walk away. Sometimes we have to show people that if you're going to mistreat me and abuse me, I'm not going to be here. Junkie. Junkie, are you here, Junkie? Junkie. Junkie. Junkie, tell your mom thank you. Let her know that she did the right thing, as painful as it is. But looking after her own wellness is essential. Like, we don't have to enable abuse. We don't have to keep people around just because we're related to them. I would say just lean on those people in her life that support her. You know, she's got a partner, she's got other children, she's got other people in her life that are in her corner. They'll understand. And if she has any more questions in the future, you know, let us know. We're here to help. Just meowing away today. He's a talker. About 2 years ago, I left a 5-year-long abusive relationship. Matt, can I just say something real quick? Can I just say something real quick? Good. Good for you. You got out of there. I haven't been looking for a relationship since, but I did meet someone a little over a month ago, and I adore them so much that we are now committed. They are the polar opposite of my last partner. They're gentle, sweet, healthy, stable, so generous and giving, and genuinely interested in learning about who I am. For once, I feel truly seen. Isn't that sweet? Isn't that awesome? I'm happy to hear it. It's been like a dream, but on several occasions I've found myself in my head and anxious about the possibility of doing things that my ex did. Beaver, there's no room for you up here. You're too... Oh my god, he plopped. He plopped. The big plop. Look at this. What am I supposed to do with all this? Chat, he's touching you. Beaver, I don't want to kick you out because you're really cute, but you're also really distracting. Dang it, freaking ads. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait a second for the ads to pass, and I'm gonna see what I can do about this cat. Beaver? Oh, he's playful. He wants to play. Should I let you out so you can go play with your sister? I might let him out real quick because I think he wants to go play, but I can't really play with him right now because I need to. Oh. Look at this. He's a monster. Alright, let me let him out of the room real quick, because I think that's why he's meowing so much. He wants to go play. Alright, Beaver, come on. Zindra's got a great purr. It's very relaxing. So she latches on. Look at this. Like, she's a cuddle cat. She will latch on and she will be like, "No, don't put me down." All right, Syndra. All right, Syndra. Let's take a crack at this. On several occasions, I've found myself in my head and anxious about the possibility of them doing things that my ex did, like emotionally cheating or becoming bored of me. That makes sense. There's nothing like you're thinking about what could happen in the future based on what has happened to you in the past, and that's totally normal. That's a very human thing to do. But it's important to remember that just because we're worried that something could happen does not mean that it is going to happen. Just because we feel that something might happen doesn't mean that it is going to happen. And so this is just anxiety resurfacing. This is just, it might actually, if you look at it this way, when you're in a healthy relationship after being in an unhealthy relationship, one of the things that our minds do is we start to process and work through some of those traumas that we endured in the past relationship. And so I would say this is an opportunity for you to actually work through those worries and work through those fears, because now you have a safe and supportive place to do that. Does that make sense? They went to go see a friend in another state earlier last month, and I convinced myself they were seeing another woman who they liked and freaked out on them. After I realized it wasn't what I thought, I was so embarrassed. We talked it out, I apologized, and they met me with so much grace and understanding for what I've been through, / the fact that I am bipolar. Quick side note here. You are a human who is dealing with the symptoms of bipolar disorder. You don't have to identify as bipolar. It doesn't have to be a part of your identity. It doesn't have to be a part of what makes you you. These are symptoms that you are working on. These are symptoms that you are working through. It doesn't have to be a part of you. It doesn't have to be what you incorporate into your identity. But it sounds like they handle it in a really great way, and that's really good to hear. Now that I'm in a relationship that's healthy, I'm realizing I have so much unresolved trauma from my abusive relationship that I have yet to work through. And I feel like this is a common feeling. This is a common feeling that people have when they find a good relationship or a supportive relationship after being in a bad one. Well, one of the things that I've noticed in myself and in others is that when it comes to processing unresolved trauma, it might feel like I've got a lot to do. But what you might notice is that by processing parts of that trauma, other parts of it become easier to process. Things start to fall into place and things start to make more sense, and you're able to let go of more things and process things quicker than you might realize. Because not everything that you're going to try to work through is going to be as difficult or as stressful as the first few things that you feel like you have to work through. Does that make sense? It's kind of like lifting weights. It's like you get stronger and then you're able to lift more and it doesn't require as much exertion or as much effort. It's like you become accustomed to handling your feelings, regulating your emotions, letting things go when they no longer serve you, like guilt and shame and remorse and all of those feelings. It gets easier with practice. And so just keep it up. You've got it. I got myself back into therapy, and my first appointment is in 2 weeks. Do you have any words of advice for someone like me? Do I ever? Do I ever? There's a part of me that doubts, like it's too good to be true, and I'm terrified that I could push them away. Recently, there was a day where they weren't really responding to me, and I got so anxious that I word vomited about how I feel like I'm too much for them to handle, and if they're sick of me or have any doubts about me, that we could just cordially part ways now. Come to find out they just needed alone time. Lol. How can I stop being so insane in the midst of something genuinely good? Alright. And this is something that you're going to practice with your therapist, and this is something that you're going to talk with them about. And so, first off, words of advice. If you're going into therapy, you get out of therapy what you're willing to put into therapy. And if you believe that therapy will help you, it will help you. And so I would just try to be optimistic and goal-oriented and, willing to, be introspective and to open up to new ideas, open up to new beliefs in regards to yourself, in regards to your mind and your emotions. Like, nothing about you is set in stone. Anything you don't need, you can let go of. as far as like a practical recommendation, I would recommend finding a different outlet for your anxiety instead of redirecting it back into your relationship. I would try to find a healthier outlet for you, whether it be doing something creative, whether it be doing something physical like exercise or going for walks or, cleaning up or whatever it might be. We want to try to channel it into something that's more productive and something that's healthier for us instead of spiraling inwards and, starting to assume the worst about the people that we care the most about. So I would say you've got a great amount of insight, and that's really good. We love to see that in therapy. I would also say that the things that you're dealing with are very much fixable, and I feel like you have what it takes to get those things taken care of. I would say just be open to letting things go. Be open to letting go of past pain, past hardship. Because these are things that... Okay, by the way, Suga, thank you for gifting that sub. Thank you for gifting that sub. Suga's gonna find the supportive partner. We're manifesting it. It's gonna happen. One more thing that I'd like to add on before we get to go on to the next question. We tie a lot of our identities into our pain. The trauma, the pain, the confusion, the hurt. It affects our identity. It affects our sense of self. And sometimes it's hard to let those things go because they contribute to our idea, our belief on who we are as a person. We tend to hold on to things even though they're painful, even though they hurt us, because we feel like, I need this. If I hold on to this hurt for long enough, if I hold on to this hurt, it'll protect me from future hurts. Which it might, but in some ways you're also just continuously hurting yourself by holding on to this past pain. And so in an effort to protect yourself from future hurts, you are hurting yourself right now. So what I would encourage is to just, when you feel these old feelings resurfacing, whether it be anxiety or pain or whatever it might be, just take a moment to ask yourself, do I need this? Can I let this go? Is this helping me or is this hurting me? Because what you're working on right now is you're working on changing your mind. You're working on changing your mind. That's the whole point of this introspection. That's the whole point of going to therapy. It's the whole point of revisiting these past traumas and developing a new understanding, is you're trying to change your mind. And so be open to changing your mind on your pain. Do you still need it? Anything you don't need, you can let go of. Does everyone else in the world feel like they're a constant journey of finding out who they are, or just some of us? Just some of us, I think, because The thing about people is we like to have an idea of who we are. We like to have an answer. We like to have an answer. And so a lot of people will develop a sense of identity and be like, this is me. I am unchanging. I am who I am. And they feel like a sense of virtue in that. They're like, I am unwavering. I am. But no, you don't want to be. You don't want to be steel. You don't want to be brittle. You don't want. You want to be able to bend. You want to be able to flex. You want to be able to flow. I am on a constant loop of self-destruction, I fear. If it's any consolation, being aware of that loop is an important step in taking yourself out of that loop. Thank you so much. You're welcome so much. You got this in the bag. Get it? Because your name is Meme Bag. Get it? But let me take what I was talking about just one step further real quick. For the meditators in the room. Meditation is a great time to practice this technique of figuring out what it is you want to do with a certain thought or a certain belief or whatever it might be that you're struggling with, because it can really put you into a place where you can take a step back from your thoughts and your emotions and you can kind of just view them as they are, to gain a new perspective on them. And it puts you in a position where it opens you up to new avenues of thinking. Like, do I need this? Is this helping me or is this hurting me? Do I want to keep it or do I want to let it go? If it's something that you feel like you need to keep, it's okay to ask yourself why. I believe that any belief that is worth keeping will hold itself up to scrutiny. And so if you have beliefs that are self-destructive or self-harmful, like you believe like, oh, I'm just such a piece of shit, why? Why do you believe that about yourself? It's like, well, because I did this thing and this thing. It's like, okay, but why? Why did you do those things? Like, well, because I didn't know any better, or because I was confused, or it was because I thought I was doing the right thing, but I just didn't really know yet. It's like, okay, so why does that make you a piece of shit? Like, well, I guess it doesn't. I guess I'm just a human, and I live a human life, and I make mistakes, and I learn as I go. Okay, so maybe you don't need to identify as a piece of shit. You're just a human. You do things that humans do. Would it surprise you just how much resistance I get when I suggest to people that it's okay to forgive yourself? I get a lot of pushback whenever I'm like, hey, you know what? It's okay to forgive yourself. They're like, ooh, not me though. Not me. Not this person. Couldn't be me. It's like, how can I manage ADHD without meds? Let me ask you something. Is ADHD new? Is ADHD as old as ADHD medications? How long has ADHD existed? I feel like part of what helps in changing your perspective on ADHD and also learning how to manage these types of symptoms is to understand just how much it's tied into our evolution, it's tied into our biology. Just think about how humans are hunter-gatherers. You used to, back in the old days, if you wanted to eat, you had to go out and find your food. And if you're off picking berries from a bush, alright, I picked all the berries off this bush. It's like, okay, are you going to sit there and continue to stare at that bush, or are you going to go find a new bush? Oh, but there's a noise in the trees over there. You should probably go see what that is and make sure it's not something that's going to try to eat you. So the thing about attention is that we need to kind of create an environment in which we can maintain attention, because our biology is to be aware and to be sensitive and to, be distractible, because, a noise coming out of the trees over there could be dangerous to me. It could be a jaguar for all I know. And so what I believe is that attention is something that we can focus. It's something that we can refine. It's something that we can get better at doing. It's something that we can train. And I find meditation to be really helpful. I find meditation to be really beneficial in dealing with things like ADHD, because it's like practicing paying attention. You're just practicing focusing. I'm a digital artist who also struggles with mental health and keeping a typical job. I can't help but dwell about how if I had just stuck to creating frequently all these years, I could be doing what I love as a job instead of suffering at typical jobs. Let me just say, do you think that dwelling is helping? We can't go back. We can't go back and change those things. And also, we don't know that it is true. We don't know that things would have been different. And so rumination is not the way. We need to try to pull ourselves out of that, because it's not helping. But unfortunately, it's been years since I've finished an art project. It is such a struggle to maintain my focus, and ADHD meds do help me, but I hate how lifeless I feel off of them. Like they erase my personality. What are some ways I can get myself to stick with committing to an art piece even when I feel like focusing is impossible? Okay. What might be helpful is to understand how ADHD meds work. What helped me get off of ADHD meds was understanding how they operate in my brain, and then trying to train my brain to do what it is that I want it to do so that I don't need the medications to do that. So, Here's how ADHD meds work in your brain. Within your brain, there are chemicals that are released whenever you get something done, and it gives you a feeling of being rewarded for doing that thing. You know, whether I do the dishes, whether I take out the trash, whether I send that email, whether I fill out that spreadsheet, I turn in that assignment, whatever it might be. You do something that you feel like you're supposed to do, and your brain gives you a reward and says, good job, good work, pat on the head. What ADHD meds do is they lower the bar for what it is that you find rewarding. And so this is why when people take ADHD meds, it's like, I have never been more stoked to respond to your email than I am right now. I have never been more stoked to clean my bathroom. I have never been more excited to fill out this spreadsheet. That's what ADHD meds do, is it just lowers the bar on what it is that you find rewarding, so you're able to do those things for longer. So what is the solution here? In training your brain when to give you the reward, you can change the way that you are able to maintain focus and maintain attention. Because right now, as most people are, they get the reward, they get the dopamine, whenever they do the thing. Whenever the thing is done, that is when I get the reward. It's like, okay, I did the thing, then I get the reward. If you can focus on finding the act of doing as rewarding, if you can focus on journey rather than destination, it's easier to maintain focus and maintain attention. And so, for example, the thing that you gave was an art project. Instead of focusing on finishing the art project, we want to try to find joy and satisfaction and reward in doing the art project, rather than having the art project done. This is something that takes practice to do. You are training your brain to reward you at different times, but it is possible and it can be done. And this isn't just me saying this. There are esteemed doctors and neurologists that will tell you the same thing, that it's about training your brain when to give you the reward. And if you can find the act of doing to be rewarding rather than just having things done to be the reward, it gets easier to pay attention to things. You start to find joy in the journey. You find joy in the act of doing. You find joy in the struggle. And so what I would recommend doing is, let's say, okay, so your goal here is I want to finish an art project. Before you even get started, just sit there and just give yourself 5, 10, 20 minutes and just do nothing but think about the art project. What is that process going to look like? Where am I going to get started? What materials do I need? What equipment do I need? What is the process? What is the workflow? Get it figured out. And what I've found is that if I sit there and I prime myself in such a way to do a thing, eventually I get to the point where I'm just like, okay, I'm ready to do this. I'm ready to get this done. Let's go. But I feel like we try to skip that step, but we don't really like prime ourselves. We just start doing something and we expect it to be rewarding, or we expect it to be something that we can just pay attention to, and it's like, not really. But I found that like if I have a project that I'm working on, before I even start the project, I just try to sit there and I try to break it down into steps, and I try to make sure I have everything I need I'm, just give myself time to think about it and to get myself into that headspace. It's like shifting gears, except when it comes to shifting gears in your body and in your mind, it can take a little bit more time and a little bit more intention than shifting gears in a car. Cup. Black coffee. Well planned is half done. I like that. I like that. I just had a protein shake for lunch like a good kid. Let's just take a moment to pray for anyone in the vicinity as the protein farts kick in. Your firm owner told you to try transcendental meditation. Transcendental meditation is actually really fun, and it's not that hard to do. When it comes to transcendental meditation, it's like you try to free yourself of all distractions and you try to just focus on the part of you that is aware. The part of you that's like the part of you that shines a light onto everything else that you are, but does not shine a light onto itself. The part of you that is aware that I am here, I am a human, I live in wherever I live, my name is whatever my name is. And what you try to do is you try to trace that light back to its source. Like if you and your consciousness is a fish, try to be the ocean that you are swimming in. And what you'll realize is that by just focusing on that consciousness, you'll feel that sense of like expansion and transcendence. Am I the only one who can't do meditation? What might be helpful is changing your definition of meditation and recognizing the times in your life where you have meditated. Because there's a difference. Because I feel like everybody at certain points and times in their life meditates. We just don't look at it that way because we're not sitting down going, home, home. You know what I mean? Like, that's just one way to meditate. But there are millions of different ways to meditate. You can meditate while you're walking. You can meditate while you're doing other things. You can meditate when you're laying down. You can meditate in the shower. You can meditate in the bathtub. You can meditate in bed. You can meditate on the toilet. I've got nothing to say to that. I read what you said, and I've got nothing to say. There's this video that I've shown a few times, and it's a really short one, and I'm gonna show it again because Less than 2 minutes, we'll explain to you what meditation is.
Despite what you may have heard, meditation does not involve joining a group, paying any fees, wearing any special outfits, sitting in a funny position, or believing in anything in particular. It is simple, secular, scientifically validated exercise for your brain. You don't have to do it yet, but just so you know, here are the 3 steps. 1, sit with your back straight and your eyes closed.
You can also lay down. You don't have to be sitting to do that. Even just this aspect of it, you don't have to. The reason why they say to sit up straight instead of laying down is because meditation puts you into a very relaxed state, and you might fall asleep. If you're laying down when you're meditating, you might fall asleep. So this is why they're like, if you're gonna try to meditate and you want to do it like intentionally and you don't want to fall asleep, then sit up.
2, notice the feeling of your breath coming in and going out.
Go ahead and give that a try real quick. Take a deep breath in through your nose and then out through your mouth, and just focus on the part of your body that you feel it the most in. So I started feeling it more in my nose and in my mouth, but then as I continue to do it, I start to feel it more in my lungs, in my chest.
Pick a spot where it's most prominent. Usually that's your nose or your chest or your belly, and just focus your full attention on the feeling of your breath coming in and going out. Now, as soon as you try to do this, your mind's gonna go nuts. You're gonna start thinking about, what am I gonna have for lunch? Why'd I say that dumb thing to my boss? Your brain's gonna go nuts, and that's fine. The whole game is to notice when you've gotten lost and to start over. And then
So this is where a lot of people get hung up, is they're like, I'm trying to meditate, but I keep finding myself distracted. I keep finding myself thinking about all these different things. And that's the point, is to notice when you've gotten lost and to start over. Failure is success when it comes to meditation. I'm a diaphragm breather from Choir Lamau. Which part did you sing in choir? First soprano. Okay. Work. They tried to make me a tenor, and like I can hit the high notes, but they're kind of like, I don't have the stamina when it comes to hitting the high notes, and I'm like, let me do baritone. Like, they tried to make me a tenor, and I'm just like, I'm just having to sit here and like use my falsetto all day, and I don't want to do that. But I will go back to thinking about random things just a quarter of a second later, and that's okay. And that's okay. That's part of the process. You just do it again. Just do it again. The whole point is to notice when you've gotten distracted and to start over. It's like, all right, back to breathing. So I sit here and I focus on my breath. But then I might find my thoughts start to wandering, and I'll be like, what's Beaver up to? I wonder what that cat's doing. Oh, I've got distracted. Back to breathing. That's the point. Notice when you're lost and to gently... And this is the thing. Do it gently. Do it politely. You don't have to be mean to yourself. What people will sometimes find is that whenever they try to redirect their attention back to their breathing, they're like, God damn it. God damn it, I got distracted again. I can't even meditate for 2 seconds without getting distracted. It's like, but now you're distracting yourself again by beating yourself up over this thing that you're trying to practice. And so whenever you find yourself distracted and you're trying to meditate, be kind to yourself as you redirect yourself back into the meditation.
And to start over again, and again, and again. Every time you do that, it's like a bicep curl for your brain, and it shows up on the brain scan. Scientists have found this in the lab. It's also, by the way, a radical act. You're breaking a lifetime's habit of walking around in a fog of projection and rumination, and you're actually focusing on what's happening right now.
And this is something that I also want you to realize, is that our brains like to either look to the past or try to figure out what is going to go on in the future. You know, we're worried about the things we did, the things we said, the things that happened to us, or we're worried about the things that could happen. But to meditate is to just be right here, right now, and to just focus entirely on the moment that I am in. And this goes against a lifetime of practice to not think that way. We're normally so caught up in the past or the future that we lose sight of the moment that we're in.
Meditation is unlike anything you do in the rest of your life. Failure is actually success. As I said, the whole game is just trying, failing, starting again, failing, starting again. Here's my advice. You should be meditating every day, 5 to 10 minutes a day. That's it. This doesn't require some giant investment. I don't care how busy you are, you have 5 to 10 minutes to give this a shot. I guarantee you it will make a big difference.
What they mentioned, it shows up on brain scans. It shows up, scientifically, that there is a change happening in your brain when you start to practice meditation. And they say that they can notice a change in your brain's functioning in as little as 2 weeks of meditation. If you were to do it 30 minutes a day for 2 weeks, so 14 hours of meditation, you can see a noticeable change in your brain's functioning. Not bad. Not bad. So take that out of your doom scrolling time, take that out of your doom scrolling time. You're like, oh, I don't have 5 to 10 minutes a day. I'm like, then make time. Find the, take the time out of something else. BV meows for points. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Like, if I were to have sound alerts, I wouldn't want them to be anything too intrusive, but I do think that a little meow wouldn't be too bad. I feel like something that people overlook when it comes to meditation is they're like, well, I've got so much other stuff I need to do, or I've only got so much time, or I would rather spend that time doing something else. And it's like, people lose sight of the fact that those few minutes that you do of meditation can make the time that you spend doing all those other things much more satisfying, much more enjoyable, much more meaningful. They should be affirmative sayings. That's what I'm saying. Like, have some positive affirmations as points. I need something to do with these points, though. But yeah, in going back to that question we had about ADHD, I found that meditation was the most helpful thing to me to be able to maintain focus and to maintain attention. Just be open to the idea that meditation is something that is beneficial to you. It is something that is good for you. It's exercise for your mind. It's not just sitting there and doing nothing for 20 minutes. It's actually doing something. It actually has a positive effect. I'm not sure how to explain this situation well, but I try. That's all you can do. All you can do is give it a try. My close friend has had problems between his 2 adult cats that have been living together their whole life. I won't go too much into the cat problem itself, but let's say it is a work in progress. My friend feels very alone with the cat situation, and because I have a lot of experience from volunteering in cat rescue center and owned cats my whole life, I've tried to be as helpful as I can. I'm still not any kind of cat professional though. My question is, how do I set a limit with how much I help my friend? How do I know I've done enough and I should not get involved more? With cats, I quite easily cross my limits and get emotionally very tired. At some moments, I felt like I'm working on that cat issue more than the cat owner himself, which is not true. I really hope we solve the problems between those cats and they start getting along, but I don't know. This situation has been going on for about 4 months now, and I'm not sure when it is done. Bonus question, how do I accept the fact that I can't save all suffering animals? Ma giggle. Okay. When it comes to setting a limit with how much you help a friend, I would say just listen to how you feel. Like if you start to feel yourself getting exhausted or worn out, that's a good indicator. It's like, okay, maybe I need to step away. Because sometimes friends need help and they're able to ask for that help and they're able to communicate that with us, but sometimes people need help, but they might not have an easy time asking for it. You know what I mean? And so sometimes it isn't just about waiting until people ask for help for us to offer help. I would just say, maybe ask more like, hey, do you want me to help with this? Is there anything I can do? Let's see, adult cats not getting along. But they've gotten along in the past and it's like something changed. That makes me wonder what could be going on. Have they tried a pheromone diffuser? Sometimes I've heard that can be helpful. They make these little things you plug into your outlets and they, it puts out cat pheromones and it's supposed to help them feel calm and at peace. Also, so when you're thinking about cats not getting along, it's like, now here I am talking about how to help cats because I also like to help cats. Cats can be very territorial. They can also be very driven by smell. And so sometimes cats won't get along for reasons such as there's only so many comfy spots to lay and they might feel competitive over them, or there might not be enough litter boxes and they feel like cats don't really like to have to share litter boxes. They're picky like that. Kind of like me. I like to have my own bathroom, but it is what it is. Bonus question, how do I accept the fact that I can't save all suffering animals? You can't save them all. And that's not just for animals, that's also for people. And so you have to focus on protecting and saving the ones that you can. And then in doing so, hoping that you encourage other people to do more to help the ones that they're able to help. And so the burden of responsibility isn't entirely on you. So you just, help the ones that you can. And hope that you're able to encourage people to do more to help the ones that they can. It's a group effort. Have you seen this before? It's a thing that you plug into the wall and it puts pheromones. And it's supposed to create a more calming environment for the cat. I've heard for some people this really works. I've heard for some people it doesn't really do anything, and so it kind of depends on the cat. Is there any for humans? Yeah, it's called a candle. You light a nice smelling candle. Whatever the opposite of Axe body spray is, that's what it's called. Whatever the opposite of Axe body spray is. Also, important to remember that sometimes when friends, complain about a problem that they're dealing with, sometimes the only thing that we need to do is just, show them support and empathy. Sometimes people talk about their problems and it's not because they're looking for us to give them an answer or to solve the problem for them. Sometimes they just want to feel heard and feel understood. So I would say it's okay to ask if you're not sure. It's like, how can I help you with this? I feel like that's a good place to start. Is there anything I can do to help? How do you keep your own positive vibe when it feels like everything around you is trying to bring you down? My family has been fighting for like half an hour now. My dog is non-stop yelping. And my mom in particular is so argumentative and hostile even though I need her to take me somewhere tonight, and it's so overwhelming I've only felt some peace in sitting in my room alone. How do you keep composure even when no one else seems to have it? I think a good idea here might be to take that dog out. Take that dog for a walk. I feel like the dog is part of the reason why the dog is acting up and the dog is yelping is because the dog knows that the vibes are off too. So I would say take that dog and go for a walk. Sometimes the best thing to do if the vibes are off is to go somewhere else and create your own vibes. Whether that be in your room or, you go out for a little walk or you go out in the yard. Whatever it might be. It's okay to walk away from a situation that isn't working for you. It sounds stressful. But it's okay to take yourself out of that situation. Go get some fresh air, go out and get some, go out and breathe the fresh air. It's nice. It's the good stuff. I can relate to this. I just put on loud music. That's a strategy. That's a strategy. So that's what I would recommend. If you're not trying to be a part of that energy, if you're not trying to insert yourself into that argument, it's okay to walk away. It's okay to go find some peace. It's okay to put on some headphones and just chill. It's like, now let's take another view at this, and let's say, what if I didn't want to just leave? What if I didn't want to just shut myself off? What if I wanted to try to, make things more peaceful for everybody? Because that's also something you could try to do. If people are arguing, if people are yelling, if you want to be somebody who can help to de-escalate that, that is something that could be done. That is something that, and I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm not saying it's for everybody. And I'm saying that you're valid in not wanting to be a part of it. But there also is some merit and there is some value in being the person who, sees two people fighting or arguing in a room, and they come in and they say, "Hey, is everything okay?" Like, "Hey, why are we yelling?" I like the dog walking solution. That's why it was my number one solution. I'm like, the dog is also stressed out because of the fighting. So I'm like, you and the dog should be like, and then if they're in their fight, be like, "Hey, I'm gonna go take the dog for a walk. I'll be back." Flanders emote when? Hi diddly ho, neighborino. I do have one emote slot, but I don't know if that's what I want to use it for. I have one emote slot left. And it's not a GIF emote, it's like a regular emote. What is Flanders? Oh. It's a character from a cartoon that I dressed up as. This guy. Hug emote, right? Oh yeah, I could make Beavis into a meditating emote. Now that'd be cute. Hi everybody. Everybody say hi. Hi. Everybody say hi. Hey everybody. I've struggled with my sexuality my whole life. And thought, oh, I'm bi/pan because I find all genders attractive, so I'll just go with that. But I have never really had a long-term sexual relationship until my last boyfriend, and I never really needed it. I could go years without anything sexual and be fine. I also have always felt, yeah, sex is fine, but I don't know what people are on about. But I do it because I know my partner likes it and it doesn't bother me, but I'm never really driven to have sexual experiences. I've come to realize I am on the ace spectrum, and with that realization, I am now like, welp, I really am going to be alone forever, because I do want a romantic relationship, but I feel like most people are really sexual. Hey. You aren't alone in that. There are plenty of people out there who are more than content to just have an emotional, romantic connection. You just gotta find them. But the thing is now that you know what it is that you're interested in and you know what it is that you're looking for, you're gonna have a better idea when you're out there looking for it. Also, correct me if I'm wrong. But there's a difference between not feeling like motivated or not really seeking out sex and not liking sex. Okay. I'm gonna finish this question first, and then I'm gonna go on my tangent. Before I come up here and mansplain human sexuality. As a cishet white man, let me just feel free to explain everything for you. I changed my hinge to ace and women and NBs only because I just cannot handle the straight men wanting all sorts of sexual things with no emotional connection. I feel like I need some help navigating dating while ace, but don't really know where to start. Thanks for any help, Joshua and chat. Okay. I feel that by and large, whenever it comes to labels, people tend to we try to find a label that fits us because we like to feel like we fit into a certain group or a certain population, or there's a certain way of, defining our identity. But I feel like for many people this just ends up creating more confusion, because there will be times in your life where you feel like, I don't really relate to that label. Like you meet somebody different, or you experience something new and things change. And then you're like, well, am I really this thing? Am I really, because you know who it reminds me of? We had a chatter, and it's been a little while since they've been in here, but it was a young person that was in our chat, and they were always wondering about, like, am I this label or am I this label? But this label doesn't feel right, but sometimes I feel like I'm this label. And I'm like, you are you. And all of these labels, all of these quantifiers, all of these descriptors, they're just ways of classifying and organizing. But the fact about human sexuality is that it changes over the span of your life. Just like your tastes change in other things. Your taste will change as far as how you decorate. Your taste will change as far as the foods you like. Your taste will change as far as the music you listen to. And I feel like our sexuality and our attraction to things, it's not really any different. Sometimes you aren't aware that you're interested in a thing until you discover that thing. Like, oh, I didn't even realize I was into that because I didn't know it existed before. And so, I guess, from my perspective, and I'm not going to say that my answer is right or wrong, I'm just offering my answer from my perspective. Focus more on what it is that you're looking for from a relationship and communicate that to the person that you're forming a relationship with, rather than trying to adhere to a label from the get-go, because other people are going to have their own ideas and their own conceptions about what that label means. So I guess where I would start, since that's where you're asking, is where would I start? What do you like? What are you looking for? And how can you communicate that with people that you're interested in? You know, and if they resonate with that, if they're into that too, then good. And if they're not, then that's fine too. I feel like it's more about understanding yourself than it is about putting yourself into any particular box. You always felt like you had to do sexual stuff? Here's the thing. Sex should be enjoyable for everyone involved. Unless part of that act is consensual non-enjoyment of one of the parties, because that's also a thing. What you'll notice is the more that you study human sexuality, you realize that if you can think of it, there's somebody out there who's into it. I think something that's also important to take into consideration is that sex can be entirely different. It can be an entirely different experience just by doing it with someone else. And so if you've historically had people that, you know, it wasn't enjoyable, or it felt like an obligation, or it felt like it's something, like, why would you be interested in it if you weren't enjoying it, if you weren't getting anything out of it except for just trying to make the other person feel good? Like, of course, it's like you're not going to really feel motivated or incentivized to try. But I guess this is why I come from a position of, like, don't be so quick to label yourself or to put yourself in any particular box, is because you never know. Things might be different. You might somebody who is like, you know what? Let's give it a try. Let's see if things are different. And I'm not trying to invalidate anybody's identity. That's the last thing I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to reiterate is that we change over time. and things can be different with different people. So it's like if you haven't enjoyed something historically, you might find somebody different that you do enjoy it with, and I wouldn't try to shut yourself off from that just because of history, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Or do I sound like an asshole? Maybe a little of both. I never claimed to not be an asshole. I missed most of it, not gonna lie. What I was saying is that historically we might not like olives, but maybe one day you try an olive that's different from any other olive that you tried, and you're like, okay, maybe I do like olives, but only this type of olive. I need to say it surprises me how many asexual people there actually are. I feel like a lot of people grow into an asexual role because there are so many people out there who are really bad at sex. And it's like, no wonder people are like, you know what, that's not really for me, but it's because the only people you've been with have just been fucking jackhammering it. And then they're done in 40 seconds. And you're like, oh, that's it? That was terrible. They call it making love for a reason. I really hate my period and the mood swings that come with it. Why am I fingering the cup? Because there was a hair in it, and I was trying to get the hair out. Got a problem with that? You got a problem with that? I really hate my period and the mood swings that come with it. You know, somebody said something the other day, and they were like, you know what, I try to use those periods of like heightened emotionality when I'm on my period to like do a deeper level of introspection and emotional processing. And that to me was like, oh yeah, that does sound like a really good way to use that energy. To try to channel it into something productive. Why did the attorney have to see me crying? Now he's gonna ask me if I'm okay a million times. He cares about you. Is that so bad? How dare he? How dare he care about me? How do I stop procrastinating and always finding something else to do? I've been unable to go to sleep before 5 a.m. because of this. Two words. Deadlines and discipline. When it comes to breaking free of habits of procrastination, what we need to try to build up is discipline. It is with a disciplined routine and a disciplined mind that we're able to not engage in these old behaviors that we're trying to change. One of the most effective ways of combating procrastination is to give yourself a deadline. Because how does procrastination stop in the real world? It's like, well, normally I would wait until the due date or, whenever it was that I had to have the thing done. Whether it be, at work or at school or whenever. Some other type of date. It's like, I gotta go buy a friend a gift. It's like, well, the deadline for buying that gift is their birthday. It's like that is a deadline. So you need to make deadlines for yourself. You have to be the adult in the room, and I understand that that's terrifying. Because I am also living that same sensation that you're experiencing. So figure out what it is that you need to get done, figure out what that step is, and then give yourself a deadline to do it. When do I need to have this done by? What can I have done in the next hour? What can I have done in the next 2 hours? What do I want to have done before I go to bed? What do I want to have done before this weekend? There are many different ways that can help you to stay on task when you're doing that. If you have like making a to-do list. Like, what do I want to get done today? What do I want to get done tomorrow? I think understanding why we procrastinate is a really important part of changing our procrastination behaviors. Why we procrastinate is because we wait until panic sets in to motivate us to do the thing. We're like, oh, I have an assignment due, and the assignment is due in 2 weeks. It's like, okay, well, I'm not going to feel the panic of needing to get that done until right before it's due. And so the reason why we procrastinate is because we rely on panic to become a motivator for us. Like, oh, I need to get this done. If I don't do it now, I'm never going to get it done. But we don't want to operate in that way. We want to change the way that we actually have a workflow. And so it would probably be helpful, if you have certain things that you need to do, figure out the steps of doing that thing, write them out, and then figure out, okay, which of these steps do I want to have done today? Which of these steps am I going to save for tomorrow? Just coming up with an outline is a really great way to understand everything that you need to do, and then it'll help you start to break that thing into smaller tasks. If this one attorney does not stop asking me the same question about the same case every fucking week, I'm gonna lose it. Shaka. Look at it this way. You're getting paid. You're getting paid to answer the same question. It's easy. He could be asking you different questions. He could be making you think. Alright, well, if it's done via email, then that's when you hit him with the classic. Per my last email. I never do that petty shit over email. Oh, yeah, you just you just keep it confined to Twitch chat. I get it. I get it. I'm joking. I'm just teasing. You threw a softball at me. I'm like, I'm swinging for the fences. Like, all right, here we go. Is it enlightening to realize that part of the reason why so many of us have jobs in certain roles is just because we are there to remember things that other people don't have the mental capacity to remember? Like, that's why he asks you the same question every week. It's part of why they're paying you, so that you can remember that thing so that he doesn't have to remember it. Each one of us only has so much space. That's what you're getting paid for. You're getting paid to... I would be nice to the lawyers, and that way whenever you become a lawyer, you've got good connections. I try to be friendly with lawyers. Like, I don't need lawyers that are enemies. My new boss keeps asking me to do stuff that she could easily do, and it's a bit annoying. She asked me to email a vendor and ask them to remove her from their contacts. I mean, do you want to take the high road or do you want to take the low road? 'Cause I've got options. I've got options.
Meet Mudang. The 2-month-old pygmy hippo has become a
What's that? What's Mudang? It's Mudang. The baby pygmy hippo. You don't know what a pygmy hippo is? A pygmy hippo is like a tiny hippo. They only get to be about the size of like that big. You saw the adult one there. They don't get that big. I wish they would stop spanking his little butt. They do that so that they can get used to being handled when they're adults. It's part of how you like train an animal like that, because hippos are very strong. Hippos are, you know, and if you're gonna be like an animal handler, you have to teach them when they're little to be like not as sensitive to like that type of direction. What animal is it? It's a pygmy hippo. So to compare, a regular hippo is gigantic, a pygmy hippo is small. So a baby pygmy hippo, very little, very cute. Big normal hippo, very large, very terrifying. Pygmy hippo, very little, very cute. Just look at that guy. Look at that little baby. Want to take a quick bathroom break? I'm gonna get some coffee. Hang out with these cats. I'll be right back. What do you mean? That's a picture. Watch, look, I can move, see? Okay, look, I'm real. Well, howdy, y'all. I'm back. I'm back. All right. Switch back into it. We go to Crumble. No. Yeah, we got Crumble yesterday. I could eat Crumble cookies like once a year. Like they're like some of those cookies. It's like you eat it. It's like oh, it's like ooh, it's too sweet, too sweet. Dionysus Triode with the tier 1. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the club. This is a good opportunity to say, hey, hey. It's due in part to the support of viewers like you that we're able to make this content happen. So if you like psychology, if you like mental health, if you like it being free and on the internet, you know, consider me. All right. Let's get back into the question box. We've got another question waiting. If you have a question, by the way, if you have a question, this is the most recent one, so we're going to be all caught up soon. So if you have a question, we can get to it right away. Look, I can embiggen myself for this. I, 40F, openly socialist and look the part. I'm just wondering what a socialist looks like. I have some ideas. They carry a hammer and sickle. Yep. They carry around a copy of the Communist Manifesto. walk a lot in my little neighborhood, and an old guy, about 80, who's always good for a stop and a little chat, never political, put out his old Trump-Pence sign when Trump got shot. Now he doesn't come out to talk to me anymore, even if he's in his yard. I was probably the only person he talked to on a regular basis besides his sick wife. I know I can't stop him cutting his nose off to spite his face, but still, the desire to still at least be friends with him remains. Maybe I'll bake him some cookies or something to try to show him that I don't hate him. Any insights? I think that's a good idea. I feel like even if he's insistent on, isolating himself and, cutting himself off from everybody, that is his choice. But we can still try to engage and still try to connect, but it's going to be up to him as to whether or not he's receptive to that. For the most part, I'm willing to give some grace to elderly people who are politically ill-informed. Now, not everybody does that, but it sounds like you do. You know what I mean? It sounds like you're willing to look past that because you understand that people past a certain age, it's like they're scared. They're getting old. They're in the twilight years of their life. They're in the fourth quarter. And they're just scared. And the same people that prop up these types of candidates are the same type that rely on people being isolated and afraid. And, I tend to look at these types of people as the victim of the system rather than try to view them as like, oh, these are just terrible people. You know what I mean? I believe that people can have a couple terrible beliefs, but it doesn't necessarily make them a terrible person. Especially when they're that old. Like, when you're really old, it's like, changing your mind is hard. Changing your mind is hard enough when you're young, let alone when you're old. When you're old, changing your mind is very difficult. The attorney I love has been fooled by some of the Israeli propaganda. It happens to the best of us. Some of us just love war crimes. What can I say? Some of us just love indiscriminate slaughter. Some of us just love violating the Geneva Convention. Some of us just love violating international law. Some of us love imperialism. Some of us love xenophobia. Some of us love that kind of stuff. So fuck those people. The thing about it is, if you sit down and you actually think about it for more than 5 minutes, you'll realize, oh, I've been lied to. I've been fed a string of propaganda. This doesn't make any fucking sense. I think, part of changing your mind is just that you have to, You have to be okay with being wrong. But a lot of people have a hard time admitting that they were wrong about something. And this just ties into some of the cognitive biases that all of us have to deal with. Changing your mind and changing your thinking requires an expenditure of energy, and any biological organism, which, by the way, you and I are both biological organisms, biological organisms don't like to waste energy. And so we would rather continue to believe what we have already believed because it saves us energy. He's not super versed in the genocide, but he did say it was an ethnic cleansing when I talked to him earlier, so progress. There you go. There you go, progress. And I feel like when it comes to changing people's mind, it's like you can't just jump down their throat and demand that they change. You can't just be like, you disgusting fucking pig, what is your problem? Don't you know that these fuckers are blowing up children? Don't you know that they're using white phosphorus? Don't you know that they're... You can't do that. You have to, like, ease them into it. Which sucks, and it's frustrating, and it's just like, come on, wake the fuck up. But it's like, if you're trying to change somebody's mind, you have to operate at their speed. So, questioner, when it comes to re-engaging with your neighbor, I would just say, give it a try. Just give it a try and see what happens. If it works, good. If it doesn't work, I don't know. Don't give up on them. You know, maybe send them a Christmas card or, you know, just continue to be nice. Just, that's all you can do, really. People of a certain age also don't want to associate Israel with genocidal behavior because of the Holocaust in the 1930s. Right? And it's like, people lose sight of the fact that you could be abused and then go on to become an abuser. You know, in looking at the situation in Israel, you can see a lot of correlation with just people in general. It's like people who were abused oftentimes go on to abuse people. But I would just look at the fact and like, okay, there's an organization known as Jewish Voices for Peace. Like, why are they why is a peace organization made out to be like some like evil? Like why? Like what? Like the Jewish voices who are trying to like call for a ceasefire or say, you know, that there's a genocide going on and they're made to be the bad guy for some reason. You know, it's kind of like this. A lot of people look back at history and they'll be like, "Yep, I would have supported that." You know, like if they were alive during the Holocaust, to be like, "Oh yeah, I would have done something about it. I would have spoken out against it." It's like most people didn't. Most people didn't. And the same shit's happening today. Like, think about Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King had like a 20-25% approval rating when he was alive. The sad fact of human nature is that most people have to wait until after the tragedy occurs to be like, oh yeah, I don't support that. But it's like, while it's happening, we have ways of downplaying it. And I feel like for most people, it's like they just don't have space in their brain. They just don't have enough RAM freed up to actually process it. They're too busy about feeding their children and having enough hours at work and being able to keep their bills paid, making sure they can have rent, making sure they have a place to live, making sure they can buy gas, making sure that they can afford to go to the doctor, you know. This all benefits the imperialists. This all benefits the capitalists. They don't want to give you what you need so that you can't think about all of the terrible things that they're doing. Like, how many thousands of years has it been, and we still haven't been able to figure out the fact that violence begets violence? I feel like one of the ways to help explain it to people, if they don't really understand the nature of the situation, is like, compare it to something that they actually might know more about. Be like, do you support the Jim Crow laws that existed in America? Like, do you support segregation? That was pretty bad, right? And they'd be like, oh yeah, of course it was. It was terrible. Like, did you know that for Palestinians living in the West Bank right now, it's worse? Like, if you explain it all to them and they still just don't care, then it's like, okay, then they're probably just Islamophobic. Mofos don't even know what Jim Crow was, nor do they know about how recent the suffragette movement was. Yeah, and there are chuckle fucks right now being like, we need to repeal we need to repeal that. There are people right now who are saying that it was a bad idea to allow women to vote. Like, we're still dealing with that. It's what a special group we are. What a fine bunch of mammals we are. What is Pol Pot? Pol Pot was a despot. He was a... No, Pol Pot was his name. That was his name. Yeah, he was the leader of the Khmer Rouge in Cambodia. And if you haven't heard about the Cambodian genocide under the Khmer Rouge, it's one of the most disturbing events that you could ever learn about. Basically, they killed everyone who was smart. They killed all of the intellectuals. They're like, oh, you teach at a university? Like, oh, you wear glasses? And that's what the far right does when they're in power, is they, like... Yeah. This attorney was trying to say that to me, that they did that because they were communist. Well, that's just American propaganda for you. Like, ooh, communism bad. Like, no, people are terrified of communism because if we had to accept the idea that all people were equal and deserve an equal opportunity and should all be treated equally, then, well, I'm not special anymore, and I can't live with that. I need to be better than somebody. Yeah, 2 million people. 2 million people died in Cambodia in the 70s. The population of Cambodia today is only like, it's around 17 to 18 million. And so it was obviously less. What was it in the 70s? They only had around 7 million people. Yeah, they killed literally like a third of their country. It's terrible. Guess who saved Cambodia? The communists from Vietnam. One of the things that I hate about political discourse in America is whenever you adhere to any type of political ideology, people will be like, well, actually, haven't you heard about all of the terrible things that were done in the name of that ideology historically? Like, you are aware that more people have died in the name of God than any other political or religious movement ever? Like, more people have died in the name of Jesus? So you're saying, is it bad to follow those because it's killed so many people? But to say that, like you can't say like, oh, I support, like, I believe in like communism or I believe in socialism, because then people will be like, haven't you actually heard that people died under those institutions? I'm like, People die under every political ideology. Give me a political ideology that hasn't killed a single person. Ask them how many people in their family worked until the day that they died. People don't like to think that that person suffered and died under capitalism, but that's what happened. Sorry, I'm fired up. Oh, you know the rules. But what I want you to do is I want you to take that fire and I want you to condense it. You know, instead of being a raging bonfire, just have a hot little blue flame. Like a gas torch. I don't talk a lot about socialism and communism because I still have a lot of reading on it. I still have to do a lot of reading on it. But it's like, you know what you know, and some things are just intuitive. Like, some things just make sense. Like, I feel like knowing everything from history, it's like, it's important, sure. But at some point, it's like, okay, how much am I just ruminating? Like, could I be focused on, you know, right here, right now? And what can we do to improve people's lives today? If your coworker was shy / scared to talk to you, but every time you turn around, they're staring as if they want to go up to you, would you break the shy shell on them? Hashtag crumble queen, hashtag girl boss, hashtag, Freemo Ankoi? Freemo Hankoi? Never heard of her. Yes, go for it. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Go up and talk to him. But try to say things like, I can be shy sometimes. Disarm yourself, you know, like appear vulnerable to them. It can make them have an easier time talking to you, so that they don't feel like they're the only one that's shy. Just talk about how I can be shy. Like if they have decorations around their desk, or they have, you know, just say nice things to them. Just be nice to them. Don't do Mohan dirty. The thing about Mohan, the thing about my beef with Mohan was always just a dick to me. And I would ask them, I'd be like, what is your problem with me? Like, can we, like... They were always just, like, they had nothing nice to say about me. They were always, like, accusing me of doing, like, terrible things. I'm just like, I would ask them time and time again. I'm like, what is your problem with me? And then they would just go silent. They would just avoid it. I'm just like, you can talk to me. Like we can settle this. We can, you know, hash this beef. But it was just like, I don't respect cowards, and it was cowardly behavior. Like, if you don't like me, like, I'm gonna talk to you about it. I want to figure out why you don't like me. Like, what's your issue with me? Maybe, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe they were just jelly. I don't understand hate watching in general, right? It's like, get a hobby. Like, there's so much better use for your time than hate watching. Sometimes men are weird to one another. That is true. That is true, and I'm not gonna deny it. I'm not always the biggest fan of men, okay? I get it. I'm not the biggest fan of men. But I'm working on it. I'm realizing that men aren't the problem, patriarchy is the problem. Most men feel isolated and lonely and angry because they feel like they are forced to compete in this system that they don't have to compete in. Hey, B. Wayne, how's it going? No crumble is the problem. No sub is the problem. If you're not subscribed, get in here. We're gonna try to manifest some gifters. See if we can lace you up. Let me show you this again. Royer Motorboat is such a sweetheart. Sent me a new Dutch oven. They also sent me some nice wooden utensils for the kitchen. I love a good wooden utensil. But Royer Motorboat sent me a Dutch oven. Look at this. It's beautiful. It's so nice. I'm gonna make like a beef pot roast this week, and I'm gonna cook it in the Dutch oven. I'm really excited. I'll see. Okay. What I'm thinking, I'm gonna start it on the stovetop, and I'll get a nice sear on the roast, and then I will deglaze the pan with, like, I've got some red wine. I got some red wine, so I'll throw some of that in there. I also have some brandy left over from when we made coq au vin. Coq au vin. Coq au vin. The cooktop. Oh, I love the cooktop. It's It's induction. So it uses the power of magnets. It's so sick. It's a 36-incher. It's this one. My husband makes a killer jalapeno cheddar bread in a Dutch oven. Nice. I'm interested because there's all sorts of fun stuff you can make in a Dutch oven. A magnetized Dutch oven? Yeah, the one that he sent. Okay, so it's cast iron and then it's got enamel over it. So it works on the induction cooktop. It's not just solid ceramic, it's actually cast iron, but it's got an enamel on it. But yeah, induction cooktops are sweet. This is the one we have, and it's got like a power boost mode. It's got a power boost. You can boil a pot of water so quickly. I was making like rice one time, and I was boiling like 1 or 2 cups of water. And I started it on the stove, and then I walked over to the pantry to go get the rice, and I came back, and it was like 30 seconds later, and the water was already boiling. It's so cool. The first thing I did when the cooktop was installed is I filled a big pot full of water, and then I timed how long it took to get to boiling. Like, oh my god, it's so cool. Now I want to. Why does induction boil water so fast? Why does that work? So it cooks using a magnetic field. That's why you have to have a magnetic pan. And so the cooktop doesn't actually get hot. It does get hot because the pan is hot, but it doesn't generate the heat. It makes the pan hot, which is so cool. It's due to the energy efficiency. They heat directly and waste less energy. Okay, so that's why it boils so quickly? So with gas, it takes almost 6 minutes to boil, over 7 minutes on an electric stove, 1 minute 30 seconds on an induction. Obviously, it takes more or less time depending on the amount of water, but if it's just like if you're making like a gravy packet and you only have to boil like a cup of water, it will literally start boiling in under a minute. There's a spot for recipes in the Discord. I would say the food channel would probably be a good spot for it. The food channel, this is where we see what Rorschach's been eating. I have never met anybody who eats so many vegetables. And I say this, and I'm proud. I'm proud of all these vegetables. Like, look at the vegetables. And then we got Sasha. Sasha lives on a farm out in Russia. And they have they grow their own stuff, and so they made like a smoothie, and they also grow like peppers and some other stuff. Tried Pop-Tarts for the first time. Oh yeah, we were talking about how to roll a burrito. I love that Rorschach posts all his meals. B. Wayne, thank you for the 29 months. Thank you for the 29 months, B. Wayne. I salute you. Do you like chicken and dumplings? I love chicken and dumplings. I normally just use a can of biscuits to make the dumplings. I feel like that's a great shortcut, is to just get a can of biscuits and to cut it into pieces. But I love chicken and dumplings. I also love chicken noodle soup. I'll go to Costco and I'll get a whole rotisserie chicken, take all the meat off the chicken, and then throw all the bones and all the scraps into a pot and then boil it to make like a bone broth. Am I a biscuits and gravy enjoyer? We have biscuits and gravy once a week. It's like our Sunday breakfast. I got hit with the ads. Manifesting gifters. Me manifesting gifters. That'd be good for the Dutch oven. I've decided that the first meal I will do in the Dutch oven will be a pot roast. We got a rump roast, or not a rump roast, it's a chuck roast. We got a chuck roast at Aldi, and we're gonna make it into a pot roast. And I'm gonna do it in the Dutch oven. I'll start it on the stovetop, and then I'll throw it in the oven. Our oven has like a slow cooker feature, which is pretty cool. I wish we had Aldi. I love Aldi. I love Aldi. Not only is the price right, but the quality is also good. I love Aldi. We go there every week. I love them. I just wish the lines weren't so bad to check out. Now, I'm not saying that you should do this, but I have seen somebody... I did go to Aldi once, and I saw somebody just walk out. It's like, who was going to stop them? There's only like 2 people working there. Now, don't do that, because that's illegal. I've done that, left the cart and walk out. No, I mean, they walked out with the cart. And you know what? I didn't narc on them, because I'm like, you know what? People need to eat. You know what I mean? People need to eat. I'm not gonna narc on somebody for getting food. I'm a Meijer girly now. This is McSqueezy at Meijer. Can I get that? Can I get that video?
You motherfucking accuser! A son of a bitch!
Could you?
Eternity, motherfucker! I'm just trying to help you.
I'm sorry, but I don't need your
This is McSqueezy.
help.
Yes, you do, motherfucker. You do need my help, sir. Can't you see that, you son of a bitch?
Could you please just let me check out my groceries?
Fuck you! I'm trying to help you, motherfucker.
Wow, this is.
You gotta ask Jesus Christ.
I
We're all
don't have
sinners.
to do anything.
We're all sinners.
Okay.
He's not gonna force you to do it.
You're sinning right now.
No, I'm not, motherfucker. You fucking accuser. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking accuser. You motherfucking accuser. Get the fuck out of here.
Wow.
You motherfucking accuser. Accuser of the fucking brethren, you motherfucker.
This lady has one of the most satisfying deliveries of motherfucker that I've ever heard in my life. You motherfucker! Like, I can't even do it justice. It's so good. But no, this lady, she's known for yelling at people in public. There's a whole compilation. It's like 25 minutes of just her being filmed in public yelling at people. This one's iconic. There's also one where she puts out a bunch of trash and then she chases down the garbage truck and she basically nearly runs them off the road, and she starts yelling at the truck driver while she's just in the middle of the road, and she's yelling at them because they didn't take all of her garbage or something. But it just kind of makes me wonder, what's her deal? What's going on with her?
No. What's your driver's license number?
I don't have to give that to you.
Let me see your driver's license.
You're not a police officer.
You just hit my vehicle.
Ma'am.
Give me your driver's license.
You pulled right out in front of me.
Yeah, and when someone pulls in front of you because there's an emergency, you slow your rear end down and you stop.
Okay, these
Have
are
you
not
ever
cars.
had someone have an emergency?
These are not
and
cars.
pull in front of you?
These are not cars. They don't stop on a dime.
It doesn't matter. You have to be far enough behind.
You know what? I'm going to tell you the whole
You
incident.
should have picked up my trash, big boy.
I picked up your trash.
No, you didn't. You want to go see what you left?
I left the carpeting in the
You were
bag.
supposed to pick up everything.
Nope, 4 bags.
Yeah.
What you're serving
Oh,
for.
you are in so much
And
deep
last
crap.
week I
Well, you
picked
wait
up
till
more
your
than
boss
this, too.
tells you what you
He's
got to
on
pick
his
up.
way here, too,
You
ma'am.
think you get to decide what you pick up and what
Nope,
you don't?
it's what you ordered.
You little twerp.
It's what you ordered.
You little twerp. I know what I ordered.
Okay.
And you're going to pay.
Okay.
There's layers to this. It just makes you wonder, it's interesting to see the different ways that people cope with and handle all of the trauma that they've been dealt. And, sometimes if you ever feel bad about yourself and how you're handling your trauma and the way that you're able to grow and heal and recover, it's just just remind yourself that people like this exist. Who just go out of their way to just be hateful and... You know what I mean? It's you're trying your best, okay? You're trying your best. But no, whenever I did case management, I would have people who I would work with who, when they blow up, they would act like this, and it was always just, oh my god, it was... I had this one lady I worked with, and she was always so sweet and so nice to me, and then sometimes she would just get so angry. But never really, towards me. One time I took her to a doctor's appointment, And the person that came in to see her, actually, this wasn't the time, it was at a doctor's appointment. But she did yell at a doctor at a doctor's appointment because she was very insistent that the doctor was wrong, even though the doctor was a specialist that we had waited to be able to see because she was sure that it was something else. But we were at the ER. We were at the ER and she was being seen by a nurse practitioner, and she said, and I kid you not, she said, she would wait until she could see a real doctor. I'm like, oh my god, I died of cringe. My secondhand embarrassment was just through the roof. So, I mean, the next time you want to beat yourself up, the next time you feel like beating yourself up because, you know, you feel anxious or depressed or you feel like you're struggling, just remember, it's like, at least you're not out there yelling at people in public. You're not out there yelling at people in public. You're not out there brandishing a gun in a road rage incident. You know, you're not out there committing acts of violence. It's like, you're trying your best. You're trying to heal. And I feel like a lot of people discredit, you know, the amount of work it takes and how noble it is to actually commit yourself to a path of healing. Because if healing was easy, then more people would do it. But a lot of people grow content with just blaming other people for their problems, blaming other people for who they are, blaming other people for their actions. I beat up on myself instead. To what end? To what end? And see, that's how a lot of people will manifest their trauma, is they beat themselves up. Like, they have been beaten down in life by their parents, by their classmates, by their coworkers, by their boss, by whomever it was. And in order to protect themselves from harm, they become their own biggest enemy. They're like, well, nobody can hurt me because I've already hurt myself worse. It's like, wait. Is that good? Charmenthal with the 5 gifted subs. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. Thank you. Dry Alex dodged. Whew. Since I've started my mental health journey, I've been beating myself up less and less. That's good. Your mental health journey really does take a turn whenever you realize that I'm not going to be able to beat myself into being the person I want to be. If I want to become that person, I have to lift myself up rather than push myself down. You love the stream? Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. part of the reason why, I loved this last TwitchCon because it was the first TwitchCon where somebody came up to me and they said, "Oh my god, I love the brain domain." I was like, yes, it's happening. We're making it. We made it. We made it. I had somebody come up to me and say they love the show. I was like, yes. We did it. We made it. We're in the big time now. Another thing to be mindful of. And we do have another question in the box, and I'm going to get to that in just a second, but I feel like monologuing for a moment. Be mindful. Whenever you find yourself dealing with intrusive thoughts, or you find yourself beating yourself up, whose voice is it in? Whose voice is it in? Because what you might notice is these types of thoughts, they tend to have a voice. It's in your voice. For many people, it's in their voice, and many people, it's their parents' voice. Mom or dad. My question, though, is if it's in your voice, whose lines are you reading? Are you reading your mom's lines? Are you reading your dad's lines? Whose lines are you reading? Are you reading Mo and Koi's lines? Yes. Yes. I just want to remind you that just because you are in a habit of beating yourself up does not mean that you deserve it. But just because that's familiar to you, just because it's something that you've done historically, it doesn't mean that it's something that you need to do forever. It's not something that you need to continue doing. It's something that you can move away from, and that's okay to do. For me, I had this realization, in dealing with intrusive thoughts, and one of the things that I will do with intrusive thoughts is I will engage in a dialogue with them. I try to take a closer look at them. I try to examine them. Like, what are you here for? What are you trying to do? What's the point? Like, well, aren't I trying to be kinder to myself? Aren't I trying to, show myself more grace and compassion? Aren't I committed to growth and improvement and, trying to be a good person? Like, well, yes. It's like, well, then isn't it kind of dumb that I'm beating myself up so much? Is that helping? Probably not. It's like that meme of a person sticking a stick in their own bike tire. You know what I mean? Like, this is what negative self-talk is like. It's like, ah, damn it, ow, that hurt. There's a stick in my wheel. And I'm like, well, why do we do this? It's not because we're dumb. It's not because we're stupid. It's not because we don't know any better. It's just because for some of us, being here, being down, being hurt, this is familiar to us. And familiarity creates comfort. Even if it's a familiar pain, we can find comfort in the predictability of it, in the familiarity of it. And so you don't have to put yourself into this position here just because this is where you're used to being. Food for thought. I used to always say that I couldn't be happy because every time I felt happy, something terrible would happen, but I think that was a self-fulfilling thing. I think that you're onto something there. But I also feel like part of being happy is being happy in spite of all of the terrible things that do happen in life. It's like part of what makes art beautiful is the imperfections. You know what I mean? It's like the human touch. The visible brush strokes. So the discomfort of feeling something positive, what do you do with that? You acclimate. You acclimate. It's like getting into a hot tub. It's like at first it's like, ooh, that's hot. Ah, ooh, I'm not used to that. Ooh, and then you acclimate and then you're like, ah. This is another thing we've talked about, and I feel like it's definitely worth reiterating, is that if you are used to feeling bad, if you are accustomed to pain and misery and all of these negative emotions, it can become familiar and it can become comfortable to the point where positive emotions are treated with suspicion. Like, all right, when's the other shoe gonna drop? If it's unusual for you, it oftentimes feels uncomfortable for you. And the same goes for positive emotions. You might treat things like joy and happiness and excitement with suspicion because you're not used to them. You're not accustomed to them. And so if things start to feel good or they start to feel better, allow yourself the time you need to adjust to it. I'm gonna teach you all how to be nicer to yourselves, or I'm gonna fucking die trying. Stuff I'm saying now, I will continue to say until the day that I leave this earth. Until the mothership comes and picks me up. Takes me back to Zeta 4F9. Make sure you have your Nikes. Oh, now that's if you want to go down a weird rabbit hole, like one of the things I want to do. Actually, let's talk about it here in a minute. Let me answer this question real quick, and then I will go on my little side tangent. What are your recommendations for self-care? Going through a loss in the family and sleep is tough. Thank you. All right. Since you said, first off, I'm sorry for your loss. Self-care can sometimes be difficult when we're going through a loss or we're going through grief, but that doesn't make it any less important. You know, and sometimes we have some complicated feelings tied into self-care, especially when we're going through something like this. Maybe we feel like we don't deserve it, or maybe we feel, you know, guilty, or whatever it might be. It's a complicated time. Sleep is difficult, so for the sake of this question, I'm going to approach self-care from the perspective of making sleep a little bit easier. If sleep is difficult, what I always recommend to people is to change your objective. Instead of having the goal being, I'm going to fall asleep, your goal should be something slightly different. My goal, or your goal, should be, I'm going to become as relaxed as I can. I'm going to try to enter a state where I am so peaceful and so relaxed that sleep is a natural byproduct of being in that state. Because you can't really force yourself to go to sleep. You can't just like lay down and be like, all right, time to go to sleep. Me. It doesn't work that way. But what you can do is you can create all of the ingredients for sleep. You can create an environment that is conducive to relaxation and to sleep. So, self-care. Let's talk about your senses. I want you to approach self-care with all of your different senses in mind. Taste. Maybe I could have a little snack, a little treat, just between the two of us. Smell. Maybe I could light a little candle. Maybe I could light some incense. Maybe I could, take a little bath, and I could put some, do a little bath bomb or some bath salts or something that smells good. Mix that in. And that also moves us onto our next sense, which should be touch. How can we relax our body physically? And my go-to is a nice warm bath. People have been taking warm baths for thousands of years as a way to wind down and relax, and so this is a tried and true method of practicing some nice self-care. Sound. What type of sounds make me feel relaxed? Do I like to listen to sleepy tones? Do I like to listen to whale sounds? Do I like white noise? Do I like, something that you find relaxing? So find something that fits you, because different people have different tastes when it comes to these types of things. And so I would say, consider all of your senses and try to find something that contributes to the relaxation of each of those senses. We want to be relaxed. Touch, taste, smell, our hearing. What about our sight? Sometimes for sight, I will put on like a little visualizer. They have these like relaxing meditation visualizers online. And sometimes I'll just put these on the TV and just let them run in the background. Like fish in the ocean, flying through space, abstract stuff. This type of stuff just contributes to our sense of relaxation. I want to relax, so I'm skipping the VP debate. It's like, honestly, I might just wait and find a cat. I might wait and hold off on that one because I don't know if I need to subject myself to that level of brain rot. So, my recommendations for self-care is that self-care can be anything, and it is also dependent on the situation that you're in. Self-care can look like activity and exercise. It can also look like meditation and relaxation. And so self-care is all about taking a look at what is it that I need right now? Body, mind, spirit. I want to take all of them into account, and I want to figure out what is it that I need. Another really important part of it is reminding yourself that this is good for me and it's okay to do this. Because sometimes people are resistant to participating or engaging in self-care because they feel like there's other stuff I need to be doing. Or they feel undeserving or they feel guilty and we don't need, like, no. Self-care is essential. All right? And there's nothing wrong with taking some time out of your day to feel better. It's an essential part in living a healthy life. So free yourself of this idea that we have to be productive 25 hours a day, because that just isn't sustainable. So those are my recommendations. Get some comfy clothes, get your comfiest pajamas, set the lighting to a comfortable level. Just think about your relaxation as a soup. Think about it as a soup, and it's got all these different ingredients, and you need to try to find the balance, and if something is off, make adjustments. Are the lights too bright? Turn the lights down. Are the sounds too overwhelming? Turn down the volume or change the station. If things are too hectic and chaotic, what can we do about that to reduce that? And so yeah, for you, my recommendations for self-care are directed towards feeling comfortable, feeling relaxed, feeling at peace. But I would say that self-care is something that should be a priority for everyone, and it's something that you should practice throughout the day. Because self-care isn't all about, bubble baths and meditation. Self-care is also productivity. Self-care is also exercise. Self-care is also having a healthy diet. It's like when you start to prioritize your self-care and you incorporate it into your daily routine, what you'll realize is that you can incorporate it into any aspect of your life. Self-care is all about finding balance, and it's all about finding a way to operate on a healthy level consistently. Sounds like recovery stuff. Period. We're all recovering. We're all recovering. We've all suffered under capitalism. We've all suffered under an imperialistic, capitalistic structure, and so I feel like we're all in recovery. Going back to what Suga said earlier, make sure you have your Nikes. I think one of the things that I want to do is I want to take some time, in doing this show, but I want to take some time where we do more like deep dives into like some weird stuff. We take a look at like some weird psychology, and the reference there was Heaven's Gate. The Heaven's Gate cult. All of the videos an hour-long video. There's an hour-long video. Planet Earth is about to be recycled, and your only chance to survive is to leave with us. This guy filmed Marshall Applewhite. Yeah, that's his that's his name. Just the level of like delusion and narcissism involved here is out of this world. What? You never heard of this guy? You haven't heard of Heaven's Gate? Heaven's Gate was a cult that existed in the 90s. This was recorded in 1996. And what they did was they all they thought that they were going to be picked up by the Hale-Bopp comet. They thought that they were going to get picked up by this comet on its way past Earth. And so in 1997, they all except for one of them, they left somebody behind to answer the emails. But yeah, they all were wearing like Nike tracksuits and new shoes. They have a website. They have a website. Heavensgate.com. No, you can still contact them and somebody will respond to your email because they left somebody behind to answer the emails. Wouldn't that suck? Or like you weren't able to go with them on the comet, but you had to stay behind and answer the emails? So, this cult was started by a guy named Marshall Applewhite, and he also went by the name of Doe. Just D-O, just Doe. And he believed that he was the reincarnated son of God. So did they disappear? No, they all drank poison and died. Spoiler.
This is a very exciting time for us. Who is us? I'm Doe, for starters, and I have in front of me a number of students, or my classroom, or in old language, a couple thousand years ago, disciples. Those who are trying to prepare themselves for entry into the evolutionary level above human, synonymous with the kingdom of God, the kingdom of heaven. We're going to talk to you about the most urgent thing that is on our mind, and what we suspect is the most urgent thing on the minds of those who will connect with us. We'll title this tape Planet Earth. About
No, he goes on for an
no
hour.
hesitation to leave this place, to leave the body that we have. And we know that whatever happens to us after we leave this body is a step forward. Filled with the Holy Spirit meant that Jesus' mind entered the body he was wearing to the degree that his human mind was no longer affecting him. He had aborted that human kingdom.
He's got a look, that's for sure. He's got the crazy eyes. Now, when you say crazy eyes, that really is a thing. It really is a thing, and you can, if you get a feel for it, you start to notice it in people. They got the look. We sometimes refer to it as the sociopath stare. And what I think it is they don't, like, the people who do this type of look, it's like they don't look at you like you're a human. They look at you like you're a plate of delicious food. They don't look at you the way that we normally look at people. They look at you like they look at a tasty cut of meat. Anyway. Goofy guy. But yeah, we'll talk more about this another day. I wanna take a day where we talk about like weird cults and stuff. But the Heaven's Gate one is especially weird because it occurred in the late 90s, and it was at a time where, like, you know, the internet was around, the internet was a bit more new, and you can see they have this website. It's like very early internet. Red alert. There's 2 videotapes. And they still have a website. Weird stuff, though. They all unalived themselves. Yep, that was part of the cult. They felt like, Well, I'll save it. I'll save it for another day. I'll save it for another day because we're gonna do a deep dive. I want to talk because I find cults to be morbidly fascinating. Is that site still up? Yeah, that site's been up since the 90s and it's still alive. The Cult of Jordan Peterson. Oh my god, not Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson makes psychologists look bad, by extension. See, the thing about Jordan Peterson is he likes to use these really, like, unnecessary, like, pedantic, erudite type of words just so that he sounds smarter than he actually is. And then he likes to reference things like ancient religions as a way of, like, trying to understand human psychology, and it's like, I get it, but like to what end? It's like, we watched him interviewing Elon Musk, and I have never heard somebody say so many words while simultaneously saying absolutely nothing. LOL, he's not that bad.
Lord, for new, voluntary unity, not imposed top-down unity, Lord.
Remember when Russell Brand got outed as a rapist and then he immediately took a spin into being a right-wing grifter? Because that's what they always do. And then you got Peterman here in his fucking joke Batman villain outfit.
Lord, I ask that we be brought together in these principles under your name. I pray for America, and if I have your permission, ladies and gentlemen, we'll end with the Lord's Prayer. Just do the version that you know. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead.
It's an AA thing. Okay, if you really want to try to defend Jordan Peterson, do I need to pull up his Twitter? Do you believe that women should be able to vote? GamerZombie91, do you support a woman's right to vote? Because Jordan Peterson is against it. Jordan Peterson is against the 19th Amendment. Fake news? He tweeted it! Is it the fake news? It's coming from him? The call is coming from inside the house. Fake news. Do you remember that time that Jordan Peterson retweeted fetish porn and claimed that it was a communist semen harvesting facility? Do you remember that? Do you remember when he retweeted fetish porn and he thought that it was like they were... That's why I have to open up his Twitter account in a different tab. I have to open up his Twitter account in a different tab before I just show it on stream because I don't know what he's retweeting these days. But no, Jordan Peterson had an addiction to benzos and he went to Russia to be put into a coma. And then I'm pretty sure he cooked his brain. I don't think he was always this bad, but I think that, you know, going into a coma in Russia for his benzo addiction, he didn't, not all of them came back, I don't think. Do you believe in the woke mind virus? Do you believe in the Rainbow Brigade? Because this is the kind of stuff that Jordan Peterson... This was just from yesterday. So is Jordan Peterson that bad? He's probably worse. He's like, I'm probably not even doing service to, you know. But I can tell it was a joke. Do you support trans people? Jordan Peterson has a lot of anti-trans and anti-LGBTQ takes. Like, if you're looking for a role model in the psychological field, you can do a lot better. He's out here retweeting fucking J.K. Rowling, for Christ's sakes. Like, I'm not gonna fault you though, because it's like a broken clock is right twice a day. I'm like, Jordan Peterson does have some things that he will say that's like, okay, that's meaningful. This is helpful to me. But you have to take a look at how he uses his platform to oppress and to harm vulnerable people. Republicans love him too. Republicans love this guy. He does a lot of angry tweeting at the university he went to, because the university he went to was like trying to distance themselves from him because he has such a spotty reputation. And he was just very, like, he was very mad about that. Very bad about that. And he's also very mad at the Canadian government. But I mean, I'm not Canadian, so I can't speak to that. But just a lot of like look at just all of these like anti-trans posts he's making. It's just like, also he follows the carnivore diet. He follows the carnivore diet. My second conversation with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. in case the YouTube overlords try to censor us again. I don't know why he started tweeting in like haiku format either. Enough. Society destroying addled leftists in Canada. What is he? Megyn Kelly. At Megyn Kelly. All the best women, we're once men. What is... I think he's lost it. I think he's honestly lost it. Honest question, what's a good left-wing commentator? I'm not that bad. We need more leftists who can throw a punch. You know, like Mike from PA. Historically, leftists can be a little bit soft. It's because, you know, we want to be inclusive, we want to be kind, we want to be empathetic. But a lot of people misinterpret that as weakness. It'd be hard pressed to find a commentator who everyone can get behind. If anyone disagrees with me, they are wrong. Would you be open to taking Trump on as a client? No, because historically he doesn't pay his workers. And so I don't think that I would ever get paid. This is just one article about all of the bills he hasn't paid. 14 U.S. cities still waiting for Trump campaign to pay nearly $2 million in police and public safety bills. This is just one example of the bills that he hasn't paid. He has a history of not paying his workers. I mean, if he paid, sure. Bring him on. I'll take him on as a client, but I don't think he would pay me. I don't think he's good for the money. I think that's why he's trying to sell $100,000 watches. What was Jesus on? Jesus was just one of the first people to figure out, you know what? Maybe we should be nicer to people. Maybe we should treat each other equally. And that was just such a radical idea at the time. People were like, oh my God, I never thought of that before. I always thought that people were supposed to be treated differently depending on who they were. Jesus wasn't the only person to have this realization in life. There are other enlightened individuals, and I feel like Jesus was just one of them. It's like you could look into other regions of the world, and they had other similar figures emerge who was kind of the first person to realize, you know what? Peace is better than violence. We should treat each other equally. We should show compassion and kindness. And that was a really radical idea at the time. But that being said, the use of hashish and other psychoactive substances in the Islamic world, let's take a look. How ancient? I'm trying to find when they started. Give me a year. Mystic use of cannabis continued in Persia through the late Zoroastrian period and into the early Islamic times. The Zoroastrian period. What were the dates? The second millennium BCE. Alright, so 2,000 years before Jesus was around. So yeah, Jesus was probably smoking that good. He was on that hashish. Jesus eat shrooms? That's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know because, well, let's see. Yeah, they were using mushrooms in, like, northern Africa as early as 9000 BC, so they were definitely around. Like, organized religion did a lot to, like, make them have to go underground again, because as it turns out, if you eat a mushroom that makes it feel like you can talk to God, it kind of challenges, you know, the fact that, you know, you're trying to get people to adhere to a religion. I believe that humans have a much more entangled relationship with psychoactive substances than we fully realize. And I'm not even trying to say this like as a, you know, like, I'm not even trying to sound like a hippie when I say this. I just feel like we've been eating mushrooms since we discovered mushrooms, and we discovered mushrooms many, many thousands of years ago. Mushrooms, as they exist today, have existed that way for nearly 1 billion years. Like, mushrooms haven't changed all that much. We've changed a lot. As we migrated out of the forests and into the plains, and we started to follow around these, like, proto-cows, they were called aurochs, you know, we started adhering to a more nomadic lifestyle of, like, hunter-gatherer. You know, and we started to develop speech, and we started to develop language, and we were able to communicate, and, you know, we definitely had exposure. We were following around cows, and psychotropic mushrooms grow on cow shit. You can't tell me that we didn't eat some. What does love bombing really mean? Alright, let's talk about it. Let's talk about love bombing. Love bombing isn't just showing somebody a bunch of affection or buying them gifts or anything like that. Love bombing is something that is done intentionally and strategically as a way of glazing over other abuse. So I'll give you an example. Let's say that you have a partner who beats you up, or they verbally abuse you. And so what do? They buy you some jewelry. They buy you a new outfit. They take you out to a nice dinner. They give you a bunch of compliments. And, you know, it's a way to try to glaze over abuse. That is what love bombing is. I don't want people to be confused about what love bombing is. It's like, just because somebody shows you a lot of affection and they, you know, they tell you that they love you and they give you a bunch of compliments and they give you gifts, it's like, that doesn't necessarily mean anything other than that they love you. But the reason why we refer to this as love bombing is, let's say that you feel unsafe, or you feel abused, or you feel neglected, or you feel hurt in a relationship. The person who is doing that abuse will suddenly change their tune, and they'll be very affectionate, very sweet, very giving, very kind. They'll be everything that you want in a relationship, almost to too much of a degree. And so they do it as a way to make you question reality. They do it as a way to make a person less likely to leave. If they're like in an abusive relationship, they will do it to make you stay. They will do it to make you feel, confused or uncertain. And so love bombing ultimately is a manipulation tactic used by abusers to make you less likely to leave, pretty much. Try living in the woods for 6 months and see which life is easier/better. I long for the life of a hermit. I'm like, extract the knowledge from me that you can, because one of these days I'm just gonna go out into the woods and no one will ever see me again. I've been watching all sorts of videos on YouTube of like how to survive in the outside. Try it for a while, gets old quick. I can always drive back into town for a cheeseburger. Like, trade and commerce has existed long before the American nation. It's like, then I don't think that trade and commerce is going to go anywhere regardless of the state of our economy. My problem with money is that it's made up. My problem with money is that the only thing that gives any type of currency power is belief in that currency. So to use money and spending and debt as a way of depriving people of their basic needs is just a poor excuse to me. I already found my true nature, which is consciousness. Things such as doubt, thought, or fear. Thought is seen as mere illusions, just different forms of things arising in consciousness. I think you're onto something. I think you're onto something. What school of psychology/psychologist are you most informed about? This is an interesting question. I try to take an eclectic approach. I try to draw things that I can learn from. I guess the way that I would describe myself and my approach to life is I try to learn something from everyone that I meet. There's a saying that goes, if you are the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. But I don't really agree with that. What I postulate rather is try to learn something from everyone you meet. And that way you're always in the right room and you're always able to learn things. And so how about instead I'll talk about the schools of psychology that really resonated with me more so than like the early ones like psychoanalysis and like okay, it took us a little while to figure out that compassion is an important part of the process. And so it wasn't really until like the humanistic psychologists started to emerge, you know, people like Carl Rogers, or people who started to develop things like cognitive behavioral therapy, like Aaron Beck. I really appreciate the level of understanding and compassion that is incorporated into those models, but also the practicality in which they are able to be used. Like, cognitive behavioral therapy was developed originally in the 70s, and it's still one of the most widely used forms of therapy, and that's because it works. And so I have a lot of respect for the pioneers and the people who developed these types of processes. Eckert, Aaron Eckert, that rings a bell, but I'd have to look it up because, you know, it's been a while since I was in school, and if I'm gonna be honest, like, when you learn the history of psychology and you learn the names and you remember, you know, who came up with what theory, but at the end of the day, it's like, do I need to know who came up with an idea in order to apply that idea to my own approach? Aaron Eckert is the actor. I have him confused. You said Eckert, and the first person that came to mind was the guy who played Two-Face in the Batman movies, the Christopher Nolan Batman movies. Like Eckert. Oh yeah, Aaron Eckert. No, somebody else. Eckhart Tolle. The guy who wrote The Power of Now. Okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate those works. Bert Spear, contemporary teacher of non-duality. You know what I also appreciate? I also appreciate the school of psychology that's referred to as positive psychology. And this was one of the later schools to actually develop. Psychology, by and large, for the first like 100 some odd years that it existed, was primarily focused on the ways in which we are messed up, the ways that, you know, we are suffering, the ways that we struggle. It wasn't until relatively recently, and this is like in the last 30 something years, where we started to look at people who are joyful, people who are happy, people who have a high degree of like life satisfaction. What are they doing to help them? And so I find that interesting, that it wasn't until relatively recently that we started to look at, you know, positive aspects of psychology, the practices of happy people. No, this is an interesting question, and it gets me thinking about my own perspectives. One of the things that, I don't know, some of you might not know this, but for a long time in the field of psychology, there was a certain expectation that you had to like pick a school of thought. You had to pick like, am I going to be a behaviorist? Am I going to be a psychoanalyst? Am I going to be a humanist? Am I going to be a Gestalt psychologist? Am I going to be, a practicer of CBT? For a long time, there was this expectation that you had to pick one. You had to adhere to a certain school of psychology. But nowadays, it's much more eclectic. People don't really stick to one school like they used to. At least not in the United States. It's a little bit different in other countries. In some countries, they still do things a little bit differently. No, I would say that the first psychologist that really like resonated me was Carl Rogers. His approach was just so different from anything you had seen up until that point of time. Carl Rogers started to come to prominence in like the 60s and 70s, and he was one of the founders of the like humanistic psychology. Until then, psychology was it tried very hard to be a hard science. It was very focused on what can I observe? What can I document? What can I measure? With, how often are you engaging in this behavior? Okay, so you're picking at your skin. How often do you do that? How many times a day? How long in between incidents? Like, it was very, like, they wanted to be taken seriously as a science, and so psychology for the first, 60, 70 years of its existence, it tried very hard to be a regimented, hard science. My cousin is an idiot. What'd he do this time? I'm a male, 6'6", and I weigh 175 to 180 pounds, and my eating is really bad. I get full really quickly, and there are days I get real hungry and eat a lot and then feel like shit. Pretty sure I'm not at a healthy weight at my height. Now, I fully understand that there are flaws in the BMI system, okay? I'm not a big supporter of the BMI system, but just for your sake, I put you in. And you are at the low end of a normal weight. At 6'6", 175. I am very thin. What do you want to change? Do you want to pack on some muscle? Do you want to... Because the thing about BMI is that it's a flawed system. BMI doesn't do much to calculate, like, muscle mass. It doesn't do much to... And it gets kind of weird when you're, like, certain heights and stuff. yeah, like eating a bunch of food can make you feel like shit. Like when you eat too much, it's like, yeah, you're not supposed to eat a lot of food. It definitely makes you feel bad. I want to gain weight. Then my recommendation is start lifting and up that protein intake. Even if it's just drinking protein shakes or, you know, eating more like lean meats. What you'll notice is that when you start to build more muscle, you're going to have more of an appetite because your body's going to want to keep up with it. And it's all about finding a healthy rhythm. And so give yourself some time to develop a healthy rhythm and your body will catch up. It takes, you know, especially if you're working in like a dietary rhythm, like, but I would just make sure that you're eating a healthy amount and you're hitting all your macros for someone of your height and for the weight that you're trying to achieve. And then just giving yourself time to adjust. It's like there's probably going to be times where it's like, I don't want to really eat right now, but I should eat right now because I'm trying to build up that routine. It's like I know I need breakfast, so I will eat some breakfast. And then I need, you know, a snack later in the day, and I need dinner, and, you know. Like, you're a big boy. Like, I get it. Like, I'm 6'5" myself, and like the amount of calories that I have to eat just to maintain is absurd. Like, if I start trying to build muscle and bulking up, it's like I have to eat a ridiculous amount of food. It's like an uncomfortable amount of food. Basically studied psychology in university for 4 years, got his bachelor's, but tried different things that didn't work out. But he decided to come back to this field. Last year he got into this school to pursue his next degree. But his personality shifted. He acts all high and mighty, hyper-analyzing people, making his personality about psychology and shit. Have you told him that that's cringe? He also says a lot of racist jokes when hanging around with me. Ugh. Ugh. Another thing that was fucked up was my uncle's dog passed away a while ago. My cousin was like, yeah, I bet he needs therapy from me. Yeah, because I know how to solve his problems and he can't get over it unless I help him. That's a tad narcissistic. It's a tad narcissistic. And it's important to remember that people engage in narcissistic behaviors because they are insecure. People don't engage in narcissistic behaviors because they actually believe that they're hot shit. They do it because deep down they're very insecure and they have to project this image of superiority in order to feel good about themselves. I have a question. I've had issues with depression in the past, and I'm not in the best place right now, and I'm worried I'm filling my emotions with Balatro and beer. How do I know it's not that? It could be. It could be. The thing about depression is we don't want to wait until it feels like depression. We want to act when we feel like, okay, I catch a whiff of it. Like, depression is like a gas leak. The sooner you can sniff it out and course correct, the better. So, what are some healthy coping mechanisms that you'd like to start practicing? I I don't know if this is important when talking about eating, but I have what used to be known as Asperger's, now just autism, and I have ADHD, inattentive, and hyper. That could contribute to it because sometimes when it comes to eating, you might find yourself like hyperfixating on the food. It might be helpful to like, if you find that you're not eating enough, like what I like to do is if I have a healthy portioned meal that I need to eat all of, I will put on like a video. Like I normally will watch like food videos on YouTube. And then I just eat while I watch the video. That way I'm not hyper focusing on the things that are on my plate. The thing is, I've known him since childhood, but his personality changed a lot in the past couple of years. Did he hit his head? Did he fall off a bike or something? Did he take a baseball to the dome? I just want to rule that out. Sometimes you get hit in the head and your personality just... You're a different person. He didn't, but something just changed, just the way he carries himself. Yeah. It's probably just due to his own self-image. He's probably... If he's the type of person to grapple with insecurities, and it sounds like he is because you're mentioning he's got a lot of failed relationships, he wasn't able to really find his niche in his career path, and now he compensates with that by having this sort of intellectual superiority over people, which a lot of people with psychology degrees do. One of the most important things about getting a psychology degree is you learn that you're not supposed to psychoanalyze everyone you meet, because that makes you really annoying. I don't know, monkey. You want me to talk to him? Bring him on here, I'll talk to him. bring him on, I'll talk to him. Like, he studied psychology for 4 years. I studied psychology for 8 years. So, you know, it is what it is. I'm not trying to dick measure. Why is there a penis on the left side of the screen? Why do you think you placed it there? Because my dick tilts to the left. Next question. So you see a penis. Interesting. Tell me more about that. So you see a penis. Okay, very well. Tell me more. Now tell me, what do you see here? Do you see penises? There's so many penises in this ink blot. I don't know who this Rorschach guy was or why he kept making pictures of my parents fighting, but... Psychologist joke. We're allowed to have fun. Deadpool mask? Correct. Correct, you got it right. This is actually promo for the Deadpool Wolverine movie. You have to have extensive training to administer Rorschach ink blot tests. They don't really do it anymore because, like I said, the training is extensive. Like years. To be able to like, oh yeah, I see penises. I see a bug. Like, what does it mean when you see a bug? What does it mean when you see a bug in only part of the picture versus seeing a bug as the whole of the structure? You know what I mean? It's kind of weird how all of these pictures are of my parents fighting. Isn't that weird? Am I well read on autism? Brother, I'm on the spectrum. I just think the worst part about it is him making psychology his whole personality. Yeah. I mean, you could throw his own game back at him and ask him questions like, and why do you think that is? It appears that your ability to psychoanalyze and treat people is very important to you. Why do you think that is? I can make friends with guys relatively easily, but it takes about 3 days for me to warm up to them, and I can't talk to girls my age, and I'm 19, and the women I do talk to come to me, and they're like in their late 20s and early to mid 30s. I think they admire your maturity. You're only 19. You're still cooking, man. Give yourself some time. You're still cooking. You're in the process of learning what it means to be, you know, you. You know, give yourself some more time. You're doing all right. But no, I'm like late 20s, early mid. They see something in you. I wouldn't take that as necessarily a bad thing. I feel like, if anything, it means that they see, you know, potential. I remember he gave me advice on life career things a couple months ago, but the way he talked to me doesn't sound like actual advice. He was just questioning every single thing I said, like the smallest detail. It made me feel uncomfortable. And it sounds like he's not very good at what he thinks that he's very good at. Like, psychoanalysis isn't about just making people feel bad about every decision that they've ever made. It's about helping people come to a better conclusion. But no, my recommendation is to just hit him with the... This is one of my favorite techniques to use on people who like to be intellectual and, you know, ask them things like, very interesting. Now, why do you think that is? Your cousin wants an emotional response out of you because that's what gives him that sense of control and influence over people, is he sees, oh, if I ask them questions or if I criticize them in the right way, it gets an emotional response out of them. But psychology is not just about making people emotional. Making people emotional is actually really easy. And so I wouldn't take the things that he says so seriously. Instead, I would just try to cycle it back to him and just ask him questions. But like, very, very interesting. Why did you feel the need to ask that question? What made you come to that conclusion? You know, just point the mirror back at him and get him to reflect on his own behaviors and his own, you know, yeah, I would just get him to do some reflecting. I've always been known in my friend group for being the most myself. I'll say something or talk about what I did last week, and people say that is the most you thing I've ever heard, and for whatever reason, older women like that. That's kind of based. That's kind of based. That to me just says that you are confident in your identity. You know what you like. And people like that. Just allow yourself to continue to grow into the person that you're becoming. Hey. I just recently got a new girlfriend. We've been dating for a month. And I just recently learned that her dad used to abuse her up until this year. I've told her to tell me if that ever happens again and I'll get her out. I want to help before it happens, but I don't know what to do. I try to comfort her verbally, but her mom is very verbally abusive, tells her she's fat. She's literally 4'11", 97 pounds, and implies that she doesn't like how she looks, and whatever she talks about it, her mom says that nothing is wrong because she was adopted, so she has nothing to complain about. She was born in China, and when she was 6, she was adopted to America. She used to self-harm. She hasn't in 6 months. She's a lot happier with me around, but I'm still very concerned. Looking for some sort of guidance on how to approach this. Alright. Let me make one thing very clear. This isn't just your problem to solve. This isn't just your problem to fix. And I understand that desire, that urge to be like, I will save you. But what she needs is she needs a support network. And a support network doesn't just have one support in it. So who else can we talk to? Do we have teachers? Do we have counselors? Do we have other people that can be supportive? Other family members? Other friends? It shouldn't just all fall onto you. It's good that you want to help, and it's good that you want to be supportive, and you are undoubtedly a very valuable person to her. But the responsibility of saving this person isn't just on you. Alright? It's too much for one person to ask. So what would I recommend? Some sort of guidance on how to approach this? Connect to other resources. Connect to literature and to support groups that help with domestic abuse, domestic violence. You know, connecting with, you know, if you're in school counselors, just people that can step in and be helpful. The more people you have to be there to be supportive, the better. And it doesn't mean that you aren't good enough or that you can't help enough just because you aren't the only one that can do this. There's a lot that's going on here, and so a lot of support is needed. And so it doesn't fall just onto you. Also, sometimes it's okay to just be there and be supportive and to listen. It doesn't have to always be, here's what we should do about this problem, here, you know, offering solutions, because that's not always what people are looking for. And so I would just, talk about, like, what can I do to help? Instead of telling the person, this is how I'm going to help you, ask them, what can I do to help? Asking them questions like, who have you talked to about this? Who have you told about this? Because it shouldn't just be you. This isn't something that should just be kept a secret between the two of you. The more supports you have, the better. But yeah, it sounds like this person is being abused, and we want to help this person, and this is something that you're going to need to bring in more supports to help with. All right? Other responsible adults. Close the question box today. It's getting to be late and I gotta get some dinner figured out. Sorry, I didn't see this deep message. I got an ad. He's new. Do we tell him? Where do I find your guided meditations? I have a guided meditation and it is on YouTube. It's on my YouTube channel. I need to make more, and I will. Please hold me accountable. I think sometimes they get very probed in supervision to quickly get into core psychological blind spots. Absolutely. The thing about practicing psychology is that you need to be able to talk to other people about it so that you don't become too ingrained in your own flaws. You need to have somebody to talk to, somebody to run ideas past. I'm just afraid that I'm going to have to go over to the house one day because her dad hit her, and I'm just afraid for her and her baby sister and her older sister. That sounds really stressful. That sounds like a lot of pressure. So who else could be supportive in this situation? Protective services? Who else can we bring in to be helpful? Because this isn't just on you to fix. So the more supports you have, the better. Another thing with the women thing is I think my stature intimidates women, and I was trying to partner up with a girl during martial arts who is my age, and a lot of them act all shy and are kind of scared of you. They might be into it. They might be into it. Sometimes they act all shy because they think it's cute. I don't know. People are weird. We got the CPS over there and they didn't do anything. Call them again. Call them again. Call them as many times as you have to. The thing about CPS is that they very often won't do anything the first time they're called out. Sometimes you have to call them out multiple times in order to get them to do stuff. Because CPS is understaffed, it's underfunded, and they will only act in cases where it's like, oh yeah, there's very clear and consistent abuse here. I would also consider, you know, having a safety plan in mind. It's like, where could I go? Who could I talk to? What can I do if I just had to get out of there? This is just a lot. I hear you. I used to work with, you know, families who were struggling with abuse and the like. You know, I used to go in and work with families and try to teach them how to, you know, be better parents so that their kids wouldn't get taken away. It's a very stressful, very demanding job. And I had to work firsthand with CPS, and oftentimes I was partnered with them in these cases, and I got to see firsthand just how many cases of clear abuse and neglect nothing was able to be done just because there were no resources. And so, if they don't do anything the first time you call again. Keep calling until something happens. Just get it, like, even if nothing is done, at least you're documenting it, you know? Like, go and talk to school counselors, go and talk to the police, go and talk to as many people as will listen, just so that there is a paper trail. So the next time that somebody, like, shows up to school with a black eye, or shows up with a mysterious bruise, or somebody ends up in the ER, you can be like, oh, we tried to do something about this. You've come a long way. You used to think you were too ugly due to severe bullying in high school. Just a friendly reminder that confidence is the most attractive thing you can wear. Is it bad if he gives therapy to family members? Yes. That's rule number 1. That's like rule number 1 as a therapist, is don't give therapy to your friends and family. That's like one of the core rules. It's a huge no-no, because you aren't objective. You've got too much personal stake in it. It's wrong on many levels. It hasn't happened in about 7 months, but her dad apparently has become more and more aggressive, and I'm afraid if I do anything, something could happen to her. Is there some place where, like, in case of emergency and it's like we have to get out of there, is there like somewhere that she could temporarily stay, or, you know, just in case, like a crisis plan, basically? Like if you know what I mean? It's like, oh, you could come stay for a couple days, or life, I've been able to easily talk to the age group of late 20s and early 30s. I love long intellectual conversations. Well, yeah, that's why people, you know, that age are more interested in you, is because people who are like 19, it's just like, so what did you think of that new album? What did you think about that new TV show? It's like, I'm not saying that you can't have deep intellectual conversations as a teenager, but they're not as frequent as the ones you might get when you talk to a fully cooked adult. We got 4 friends, and if she isn't able to get out of her house, she's going to let me and the backup in. We're getting her stuff, and she's going to my house. Okay, good. So you do have a plan in case things happen. That is good. That sounds like a good plan. It's a stressful situation to be in, and I hope things work out, and I hope that you don't end up having to, like, follow the emergency plan, but it is nice to have that plan just in case. Sniff this pit. Thank you for the 1 year, 7 months, 3 days, and 6 hours of followage. It means a lot to me. Sniff this pit. It might be hard for me because I'm a bit reserved person, but he usually pushes me around a lot without realizing because of the age difference. You know? Hopefully he grows up. Hopefully he realizes that going around psychoanalyzing and carrying this air of superiority just really isn't it. What about me? Thank you, XC Mari, for the followage. Thank you. I was more so just captivated by the name Sniff This Pit, if I'm being honest. It's like, oh. How's it going? Also interesting that Project Snail and The Vengeful See How both followed me on the same day. You both followed me on the same day. And then you both show back up today and you're both like, hey, how's it going? On the same day. You guys are on the same wavelength. Do I just need to be more aggressive with girls my age? I wouldn't use the word aggressive. I would use the word assertive or direct. Yeah, that might be helpful. Just being more assertive. Autism is just a directness superpower. Amen, brother. But no, what are the odds that you both followed on the same day 5 months, 13 days ago, and then you both show back up on the same day? What are the chances? You know, Monkey, since he's so interested in psychology, you could be like, hey, I found this great stream. It's got this psychologist and he's got all sorts of fun ideas. You should check him out. And then you could plug my stream to him and then I'll see what I can do. Maybe I can help him out. Maybe I can help him out. Like, oh, you like psychology? You gotta check out the Brain Domain. It's the best psychology stream on Twitch. Oh, you haven't heard of him? Wow, okay. Made mushroom soup? Nice. His ego won't. Look at it as planting seeds. You know, when it comes to changing people, it's not about demanding change, but like, come on, change already. So now sometimes you just gotta plant a seed in there and then wait for it to grow. That's the subtle art of psychology, and it sounds like he doesn't really get that yet. He might get it figured out. Maybe his ego will recede when he sees that it's not really working for him. I can guarantee he's not the first psychologist with a big head. The first psychologist was a big head with a big head was a guy named B.F. Skinner. Just look at the size of that noggin. Look at the size of that dome. Look at the size of that. Wait a second. Hold on. Oh no. Oh no! I never claimed to not have a big fucking head. I never claimed to not have a big head. What can you do? You look like Jimmy Stewart? That's not a bad thing. I would describe this man as classically handsome. It's not a bad thing. My thing with psychology is I wasn't able to pursue an education in it because I lacked the empathy required to go into that field, which I argue is required for a successful career in that field. Awareness of your own lack of empathy is one of the most important things in developing empathy. And so, I don't know, maybe you're more cut out for it than you would realize. The thing about lacking empathy is that most people who actually lack empathy feel like they have enough empathy. They feel like, I've got enough empathy, I'm good. But no, the people who actually have the most empathy in life are the ones who try to get more empathy. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the people who are like actually good people are always concerned or worried that they aren't good people. They are worried that they are a bad person. When it's like, no, but the people who are actually some of the worst people are the ones who are convinced that they are a good person. It's all about growth mindset. Amen. Sniff this pit. Sniff this pit and XC Mario are on the same wavelength. We've got a lot of overlapping wavelengths today, and you'll love to see it. I'm sweaty in my pit today. Don't sniff it. Just don't sniff it. Alright, it's 7:30. I've gone way overtime today. I've gone overtime today, so we're gonna wrap it up. We're gonna wrap it up today. Let's see who's streaming, who's streaming, who's streaming. Drag Trashly. We're gonna raid Drag Trashly. I got to meet Drag Trashly at the Stream Queens event, and they are so funny. Drag Trashly is hilarious. One of the funniest drag queens I've ever seen. All right, everybody. It's gonna be it for me today. We will be back tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was saying goodbye. All right, everybody. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a great night. Have a great night. Take good care of yourselves. And I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.